Good morning. We are live from Council Chamber. Before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security to evacuate. Council takes direction from the meeting clerk. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell. Take the stairs to ground level and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerks during an evacuation. And finally, please speak with security or the meeting clerks if you require first aid. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I'll call the September 2nd, 2025 and final Utility Committee meeting to order and start by acknowledging that we meet today on the traditional lands of Treaty 6 territory in the Métis homeland. And we acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I'll begin with the roll call. Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Morning. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning. Next, we'll have any declarations of pecuniary and conflict of interest. So I'll ask members of committee present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of these items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item could monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or family member. A conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Hearing no declared pecuniary or conflicts of interest, we'll move to adoption of the agenda. So I'll take a motion on that.
I'll move that the September 2nd, 2025 Utility Committee meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of 7.1, work plan for 2028 performance-based regulation application, 7.2, water services franchise agreement amendment option, 7.3, bylaw 21300, 7.6, request to amend landfill flare agreement attachment 2.
Thank you. Please vote. And note that Councillor Paquette has joined us.
I am a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Adoption of the agenda is carried. Minutes.
I can move that the minutes from the June 23rd, 2025 Utility Committee be approved.
Thank you. Please vote.
Just waiting on one vote. Councillor Paquette.
I am a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Protocol items. I'm not aware of any. Any protocol items this morning? Selection of items for debate. Councillor Tang.
I'll do 7.1, 7.2, 7.4 with a request to speak, and 9.1.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, I'll select 7.3, and it looks like 7.6 must also be selected.
Yeah. So on 7.6, it's primarily procedural only that it must be selected. We have a late addendum that we need to just properly move.
Okay, so we could bring that forward.
We could do
if
that,
want to.
yeah.
Okay. And 7.3, yeah, thank you.
Any questions on 7.6? Anyone? Okay, well then we'll do that in a moment. And anyone for 7.5? Nope. I'm going to select 7.5. I think that means all items are selected. So there's no need for a vote on unselected items. Request to speak.
I'm happy to move that Utility Committee hear from the following speaker in panels when appropriate on 7.2, Water Services Franchise Agreement Amendment Options, Ian Murray, Air Products in person, and 7.4, Blatchford Renewable Energy Annual Business Plan, Haitao Yu, Landmark Homes in person.
Thank you. Please vote on hearing from those speakers on those items.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Specific time on the agenda. I would note that as approved with the agenda, we have a private item at 1:30, time specific, at 1:30. Otherwise, I don't know of any other requests. Are there any councillor inquiries this morning? Hearing none, we will begin with our agenda. So that takes us to item 7.1, Work Plan for 2028 Performance-Based Regulation Application, EPCOR Wastewater Treatment and Wastewater Collection.
So good morning, Utility Committee. We don't have a presentation today, but just a few opening remarks. So with me today are Stephen Chung, Finance Director, Utilities and Land Development. And then we also have members from EPCOR here as well to answer some questions if required. And we have Myron Moore in person and Rob Spackman virtually, who are the consultants that helped us with this work. The report addresses specific motions passed by the Utility Committee on October 11th, 2024, during the review of EPCOR's Wastewater Services 2025 to 2027 PBR application. So on that date, Utility Committee directed administration to develop a work plan for implementing recommendations derived from the review of the PBR application for the upcoming 2028 PBR application. These recommendations were complex and required a longer implementation period, thus precluding their inclusion in the 2025 to 2027 PBR application. However, the Utility Committee requested their implementation for the 2028 PBR application and asked administration to provide a work plan detailing their implementation. These recommendations were included in Attachment 10 of the October 11th, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02677, which reviewed the 2025 to 2027 Waste Services PBR application, as well as specific recommendations made by the utility advisor on that date. So Attachment 10 from that report has also been provided again as Attachment 1 to this report in front of you today for your reference purposes. So EPCOR has already begun work on implementing many of these recommendations. There were, however, some recommendations related to overarching regulatory process around performance measures that required a deeper dive in order to address. Accordingly, in order to develop this work plan addressing some of these more complex recommendations around performance measures, administration secured the services of Moorview Management Consulting. Through phase 1 of the consultant's project work, an engagement process was performed by conducting interviews with city administration, EPCOR, the utility advisor, and members of Utility Committee to ensure priorities and any key concerns were identified. A preliminary jurisdictional scan was also conducted to identify appropriate regulatory agencies for comparison and to collect early observations on regulatory best practices, processes being used outside of the City of Edmonton. The work plan now takes a more holistic view in not just addressing recommendations from the original motion, but also expanding its scope to incorporate additional opportunities identified. The work plan is centered around a comprehensive review of the entire PBR framework, including its governance, the assigned roles of various parties, the established performance measures, and critically, the balance of risk and reward within the PBR model. It is more beneficial to look at the entire PBR process from a regulatory perspective, as opposed to only certain parts of the PBR framework in isolation. Our aim today is to receive approval from Utility Committee for this work plan. This approval is essential to commence the detailed analysis and work in future phases that will directly inform EPCOR's 2028 consolidated PBR application, the One Water application, and potentially shape future regulatory applications as well. Once approved, administration will work with the consultant and EPCOR to return to Utility Committee by the second quarter of 2026 with options to address the applicable recommendations. The intention is then to incorporate the approved recommendations into the 2028 PBR application as much as possible. However, some more complex recommendations may require additional time and may need to be implemented in subsequent PBR applications. As I mentioned before, EPCOR has already commenced work on recommendations directly attributable to them and anticipate filing their next consolidated PBR application by November 30th, 2026. I also wanted to highlight that the findings from the interviews conducted by Moorview Consulting are based on statements made by individuals throughout the interview process. These are not conclusions or recommendations assessed and supported by administration. They're just raw observations. The purpose is to share with Utility Committee the raw findings from the interview process, which will be later considered in developing recommendations to be incorporated into the PBR process. We'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. We'll go, pardon me. Good morning, Mr. Beckett. Nice to see you again. I should have introduced you earlier. I'm sorry. Slipping a little bit. Any comments on this report?
Wow, there's a lot of work to be done here.
Sure is, sir.
But from the perspective of continuous improvement, anytime you look at something, you usually improve it. So I can't find any fault with what's presented here.
Good, thank you. We'll move to questions of administration. Councillor Tang, you're first.
Yeah, great, thank you. I think we had a few reports to this committee that was posted, that was delayed. Just wondering, for the sake of, members of the public, can you just talk about why this one was posted fairly late?
Yes, for sure. A good question. So this one, we just needed a bit more time, like we alluded to in the opening remarks. Once we got into doing the interviews and the initial analysis, there was a lot more scope that we thought we needed to assess as a part of the PBR work plan, so we just needed to thoroughly go through that and understand what that meant, and the timelines for implementation, so that just took a bit more time to review internally.
Yep, appreciate that. It's a pretty significant body of work. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to provide input as a member of the Utility Committee and for this report. I guess one of the things I was wondering about, given the scope, given kind of the size of this work for the next year or so, that's within our existing budget that you can carry this out?
Currently, yeah, we think we can do this within the existing budget for this contract work. If further additional funds are needed, we'd be definitely coming back. But currently, yeah, it's within the existing budget.
Okay, and then the comments around public consultation, sort of greater engagement, there were some, I think, recommendations from the utility advisor about questions that probe trade-offs. I guess I'm just wondering, how will this be happening in preparation for the next PBR? Will the next few phases kind of recommend some more specific strategies and tactics in that space?
So generally speaking, I think we're going to look at some of what comes through this through the project work, through the analysis, and try to figure out what the best way to do some of that public consultation is, and keeping in mind the utility advisor's questions. And I'm not sure if Steve or EPCOR had anything else to add to that response.
No, I think you've outlined it quite well, Harm. I think in general the idea is to take a very holistic view on the whole process, understanding what are the options out there, and trying to cater it the best we can to the current environment that exists within the city and the relationship between EPCOR and the overall governance process.
Yeah, because I think it came up quite a bit, so I think that will be, I guess, in the future phases, I'm assuming the next few phases there will be checkpoints with the utility committee as well, that'll be something I'll be looking forward to. And correct, is that each phase you'll have something to deliver back?
Yeah, through the entire, like through this project work, if we think there's a need to come back to committee and discuss some of the significant findings, we will definitely be coming back. And then throughout the PBR process as well, there's check-ins with utility committee.
Question on the performance measures, because so you note the actual performance typically exceed targets, but might be a result of improper thresholds. When we see that, are we also significantly exceeding other jurisdictions of similar types of targets? Is there like any other comparison to say these thresholds are improper, or is that going to be some of the work that you'll be doing in the next phases?
I think that would be some of the deeper dive work we're doing in the next phase of this project.
And to determine whether or not we are setting improper thresholds, right?
Correct, yeah, we could see how reasonable they are.
And then just, because I thought this was interesting too, when if it's not common for the utility to review and submit performance measures, but it has been here in Edmonton that EPCOR has been leading that development of those measures. I guess how much of that is collaborative, or I guess is the report suggesting that you can be more collaborative?
I think that's something we'll look at through the next phase of the project. So right now, that process is largely driven by EPCOR. Some of the comments we received back is that there might need to be more regulatory review of that involvement as well. So meaning utility committee input into that. So something we'll be looking at for sure.
And then there are some recommendations that may take more extensive work and analysis. Being mindful of the next refiling is November 30th. How are you going to balance the regulatory process and the administrative burden to do that body of work so that we can still meet those timelines?
Yeah, so kind of actually alluding to what the utility advisor had said, this is a large piece of work. So as we kind of get into this next phase, we're going to see what some of the recommendations coming out of that are, seeing how long they will take to implement, and we're going to prioritize based on what we think we can get into the 2028 PBR application and what will have to go after that. So it's going to be a process here over the next few months.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. I had a similar question to Councillor Tang just around sort of evolving the public engagement framework, and I wasn't sure that I was seeing it very clearly in terms of the different phases of the project. So can you help me understand a little bit more how that will be integrated?
So in terms of public engagement, I think one of the key things that was discovered through conversations is that the governance that's existing here is fairly unique, especially in terms of the relationship between parties. And so one of the important things that consultant's going to do is to look at other entities that have more similar sort of frameworks perhaps, and or look at best practices in order to find out the most appropriate way to do this in an efficient manner and also do it in a very public and transparent manner. I think it's a bit of a work in progress, but the end goal is to ensure that all parties are sort of seen through the process. I don't know, Myron, if you'd like to add to that?
Yes, thank you. So there is an aspect for reviewing the public engagement process and requirements, and within the phases shown in the work plan, that would be done primarily in the process design piece of work. As Stephen mentioned, there's also governance roles and responsibilities clarifications that would help direct that.
Okay, great. So sort of a deliverable coming out of this work, it's not necessarily the public engagement itself, but the process that we would require or expect to be followed in the lead up to the 2028 filing?
Correct.
Okay, great. And then one piece, like looking at the wastewater collection customer service index, looking at one of the pieces that I think is maybe missing right now in our current framework is just defining who our customers are. So I think typically we look to ratepayers, but the need to incorporate other people that interact with EPCOR, other parties that interact with EPCOR, such as home builders, the City of Edmonton for connections, things like that. So will exploring who we are defining as customers, who we want to have service levels for, is that going to be part of the conversation as well? Or, sorry, I guess I should ask, what phase will that fall under?
In terms of the phase, I might defer that to Myron here, but in general, I think that's something we definitely look at through the whole process. I think one of the things we wanted to do through this is to keep an open mind on the process, especially after interviews, because through the interview process, a lot of different priorities and or comments came through that were enlightening to the entire process itself. So we just want to be very mindful that we have an opportunity here to do something that'll hopefully improve the whole process as a whole.
Yeah, and I think sort of the identification of stakeholders, because it's one of those pieces. It's you know, the process for how we talk to people, but also the process for making sure that we have the right people at the table that we're asking. And I think that looking at some of that broader customer base, so not just ratepayers, but other folks that interact with EPCOR, I think will be a really important part of setting some of the service indices. But yeah, otherwise, really exciting, and appreciate all the work that's gone into this.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you so much. Really enjoyed reading through this, and absolutely agree. It's a big body of work. Maybe just on the scale of the undertaking, you sort of alluded to it previously, but are there specific components or recommendations that we sort of already know are going to be more complex to integrate for the 2028 application that we've already sort of flagged?
Yeah, I think when you're stepping back and looking at the overall PBR process and you start looking at the regulatory framework, roles and responsibilities, who should be doing what, who's responsible for what, I think that's going to be like one of the larger things to consider, especially when it comes to committee. So being a council member, being a utility committee member, understanding what the distinction, the roles and responsibilities is. So things like that I think will take a bit more time to figure out and longer implementation timelines. And Steve may have more to add.
Yeah, thanks, Harm. And I think the other key component is around the aspect of performance measures in general, in terms of through the interview process, different priorities are sort of raised in terms of what would be important. And so through that analysis process, depending on where those priorities are and what are decided to move forward with, that could potentially have impacts throughout the PBR process. So depending on how that kind of goes, it could expand into future work that may require more sort of involvement to kind of get it across the finish line.
Okay, that's helpful to know. Maybe coming back to the roles, responsibilities, governance, and process side of the conversation. I found the jurisdictional scan quite interesting, just to I guess see how distinct our process is here in Edmonton, and I guess I'm wondering how will learnings from other jurisdictions be weighted, given how unique our process is? And I imagine that there are some hard limitations around what we can and can't do. I'm just, I guess, more curious how we're going to be looking at that.
I think it's overall, in general, it's kind of a process. You kind of know where we're going to be once we start the process itself. I think one of the things that's important to note in the report that highlights is all the utilities that were looked at essentially do have unique things about them. Mm-hmm. So unique is not necessarily a bad thing. However, there are certain gives and takes through the process in terms of administrative burden, in terms of efficiency, in terms of the way to kind of go through it. So I think from that perspective, there's going to be a bit of a balance that has to be struck there in terms of what are the priorities of utility committee, what it is that we want to achieve given the framework, and then what are the best ways to achieve that. I think maybe I'll defer to Myron on this next piece, but in terms of sort of the process itself, I think it's a bit, it needs to be kind of a kind of wait and see approach in terms of kind of what gets found out through the process.
Yeah, thank you. In regards to observations from other jurisdictions, we like to always be aware of them, and obviously it's easier to learn from others as opposed to reinventing the wheel yourself. But in many regards, we also have to be mindful of appropriateness for this jurisdiction and what's right. We ultimately want to work collaboratively with the city and EPCOR to right size the PBR framework, make sure that we're not throwing the baby out in the bathwater, so to speak. And with that being said, appropriateness of the jurisdictional learnings is definitely something that we want to keep in mind, not just adhere to them, but we want to kind of, what is it about them that might be valuable for Edmonton to consider? There could be some that we say it's not right for this jurisdiction and we might disregard, so.
Right. Okay, great. Thank you so much. That's all for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further questions? Not seeing any.
Oh, just to put the motion.
Sure, Councillor Tang.
I will move that the proposed work plan next steps as outlined in attachment 2 of the September 2nd, 2025 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 02734 be approved.
Thank you. Motion on the floor. Anyone to speak? Councillor Tang to close.
Just to say, thank you for taking this on. The PBR setting exercise was my first. It was fairly extensive in itself already, and I look forward to how this work will shape that to be a better experience. And I think some of the highlights you talked about in this report were some of the things that I've been sort of dwelling on since the last exercise. So I'm glad that they were flagged, and I look forward to see how this work translates in the following phases leading up to the 2028 filing. So thank you all for the work.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. That completes item 7.1. Just going to move to a little bit of cleanup. Do we need a motion to bring 7.6 forward? Probably.
You could do that unanimously or with a motion to bring it forward.
With unanimous consent, we'll bring item 7.6 forward. Councillor Briquette may have missed this at the beginning. There's just an administrative thing we have to do in the passing of these motions. So.
Yeah, no, I caught it.
I will move the motion. I think it's a two-part motion.
Yeah, we can get that on the screen for you.
Okay, thank you. And I think this will release at least one person from the meeting. So I'll move, one, that an amendment to the agreement between the City of Edmonton and Capital Power Alberta Limited Partnership, increasing the value by $1,119,316, including GST, for a total amount not to exceed $2,071,616, including GST, as outlined in the September 2nd, 2025 City Operations Report C03094 be approved, and that the agreement be in a form and content acceptable to the City Manager, and number 2, that the attachment 2 of the September 2, 2025 City Operations Report C03094 remain private, pursuant to Section 29, Advice from Officials of the Access to Information Act. I have no introduction or any speaking notes. Please vote.
Sorry, can I just quickly speak to it?
Oh, sure. Councillor Tang.
Yes, initially when I read the report, I just have some questions, but I think they were cleared up, and I think the addendum has been very helpful, so I just want to appreciate the follow-up on that, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. And I selected item 7.5, but I have no questions on that report. I think my questions will be taken care of in 7.4. So with unanimous consent, I'd bring that forward to move the motion. And I can move that. So in item 7.5, that the September 2nd, 2025 Integrated Infrastructure Services Report, IIS 02550, be received for information. Questions? Speaking to? Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. That takes us back to item 7.2, Water Services Franchise Agreement Amendment Options. Thanks for your patience, everyone.
Good morning, members of Utility Committee. Today we are here to discuss with Utility Committee franchise fee amendment considerations for Air Products reflective of the new process water services provided to Air Products, shared utility infrastructure, and municipal jurisdiction and partner utilities. With me today are Stephen Chung, Finance Director, Utilities and Land Development. We have Tracy Esch from Legal Services virtually attending to help answer questions as well. From EPCOR, we have Saqib Chaudhry, Director, Regulatory and Business Planning, and Craig Bonneville, Director, One Water Planning, to help with the presentation and answer any questions of Utility Committee. In terms of a quick refresher on previous discussions related to this item, as you may recall, on February 4th, 2025, City Council requested a report from administration on a revised franchise fee for Air Products for their new water supply pipe, including pros and cons of changing the franchise fee. On March 14th, 2025, administration returned with a report discussing the potential of a franchise fee amendment, financial consequences, as well as other incentive options for industries such as Air Products. At that meeting, Utility Committee made a three-part motion directing administration to work with EPCOR to create a new specific non-residential rate class, as well as discuss principles for non-residential rates, considering shared infrastructure, multiple jurisdictions, and partner utilities. Additionally, the motion directed administration to provide options, including pros and cons, to amend the franchise fee agreement considering the unique circumstances faced by Air Products. The report in front of you today responds to this three-part motion. So we'll begin with, in terms of agenda, next slide. So in terms of agenda, we just provide a quick overview. We'll talk about principles of developing a unique customer rate class, new non-residential rate class. We'll talk a bit about the background around water services franchise fees. We'll discuss the estimated process water revenues. We'll talk about the franchise fee amendment options, and then a recommendation and next steps. So next slide. In terms of an overview, Air Products is constructing a $1.6 billion net zero hydrogen complex in northeast Edmonton, expected to be fully operational by Q1 2028, with limited operations starting in Q3 and Q4 of 2027. The facility will capture 3 million tons of carbon dioxide annually, produce 1,500 tons of hydrogen daily, and supply hydrogen to Imperial Oil's Strathcona Oil Refinery. Aero Utilities will supply treated wastewater services, referred to as processed water, to Air Products. This is a new type of water service provided by Aero specific to Air Products. Aero provides traditional water transmission and treatment utility services in the capital region surrounding Edmonton. Air Products is constructing a 10-kilometer transmission pipeline exclusively for its processed water services. The pipeline will run from Aero's facility in Fort Saskatchewan to Air Products' facility in northeast Edmonton. After constructing and financing the pipeline, Air Products plans to contribute the entire pipeline to the utility providers, Aero and EPCOR, in order to provide the processed water services specific to their facility. The majority of the pipeline will be located within Strathcona County and contributed to Aero, while a smaller section within Edmonton's municipal boundaries will be contributed to EPCOR. Aero will incur capital costs to upgrade its wastewater treatment plant to accommodate Air Products' processed water services. As far as we know, no capital costs will be incurred by EPCOR. Aero will provide processed water services to Air Products and will then bill EPCOR the treatment and delivery costs they incurred for processed water services provided to Air Products. EPCOR will then bill Air Products for these processed water services, including the cost incurred by Aero, as well as its own direct costs. Majority of these costs charged by EPCOR to Air Products are expected to be the flow-through costs from Aero. There will also be other minor operating costs incurred directly by EPCOR related to EPCOR's billing services and other administrative costs that will be charged to Air Products. Like I said before, there is no EPCOR capital cost charged to Air Products, as Air Products has fully contributed the pipe. Based on the latest information we received, Air Products is forecasting full operations in the first quarter of 2028, with limited operations in late 2027. Aero and EPCOR are currently establishing new process water rates based on operating, maintenance, and delivery costs for these services. EPCOR is developing a tripartite agreement with Air Products and Aero for these services. The cost structure and service delivery model differ significantly from existing traditional utility services provided by EPCOR. So next, Sakib will kind of go over the principles of designing this new customer rate class.
Thank you. So the next three slides will speak to items 1 and 2 of the previously passed motion, which are the principles of developing the rate class as well as the specifics of the rate class. So the foundation for establishing a unique customer rate class is the principle that rates should reflect the actual cost of service. And that's consistent with how EPCOR sets rates for all of its other regulated customers. This ensures that rates are fair, transparent, and non-discriminatory. No customer or group of customers should bear costs that are not attributable to their service. In regulatory practice, this is achieved traditionally by performing a cost of service study. In a cost of service study, costs are estimated, forecasted, and then allocated to the specific customer classes based on their use or benefits derived. For Air Products in this situation, it's unique in that all the costs are attributable to one customer, so the performance of a complex cost of service study is not required. When designing a new rate class, 2 categories of attributes guide our process. So revenue-related attributes, which relate to ensuring that the utility recovers a sufficient amount of revenue that is stable and predictable for both the utility as well as the customer. And secondly, we look at the cost-related attributes to ensure that all relevant costs are captured and reflected in the rate and encourage efficient use of the resources and are allocated fairly across all customer classes. And as I mentioned previously, in this case, as Air Products service requirements are unique and distinct from all of our other customers, we're able to simply develop a rate, and it ensures that we maintain equity across all of our rate classes and there is no subsidization of costs or revenues. Next slide, please. In terms of developing a new non-residential rate class, it's fair to develop a new rate class when a customer service characteristics differ significantly from other classes. And as mentioned previously, this is a new, unique service, and the costs can be clearly identified and measured. Air Products meets both of these criteria. Their service requirements involve processed water, which is supplied through Aero, which is not a service provided to any other Edmonton customers. The cost to serve Air Products are uniquely identifiable, consisting again of the tariff that EPCOR will pay to Aero, as well as any incremental costs incurred by EPCOR, which are expected to be minimal. Next slide, please. To reflect this, EPCOR will establish a distinct tariff. The EPCOR MBR, so Membrane Bioreactor Water Tariff, which will be reflective of the 3-party agreement to be approved by Aero, Air Products, and EPCOR. This tariff will apply exclusively to customers who receive this service through EPCOR, and it will be recalculated annually. The calculation will be limited to 2 components. 1, the tariff that's paid by EPCOR to Aero for the processed water that's supplied, and 2, any directly incurred costs by EPCOR associated with administering this rate class. This approach achieves 3 objectives. It ensures Air Products pays the full cost of service. Secondly, it ensures that other customers are not required to subsidize this unique arrangement. And thirdly, it's simple and transparent method to establish rates.
Thanks, Sakib. Next slide. So before discussing franchise fee amendments particular to this unique situation, we thought it would be useful to go over the purpose of the water franchise fee, just as a reminder. The City of Edmonton Water Services Franchise Fee Agreement grants EPCOR exclusive rights to manage water-related assets for the purpose of providing water services within the city, along with the exclusive right to use and occupy portions of city lands to provide those services. In exchange, EPCOR pays the city an 8% franchise fee on its revenue generated from water services within the City of Edmonton municipal boundaries. The city is only considering potential amendments to the franchise fee being charged to this new customer class for processed water services, of which Air Products is known to be the only customer at this time. This is a very narrow and specific customer class. It is the city's understanding that Aero Utilities will not be charging a franchise fee on their portion of flow-through costs, as Fort Saskatchewan and Strathcona County do not charge a water franchise fee at this time. The large majority of the pipe constructed by Air Products flows through these regions before reaching the City of Edmonton boundaries. Next slide. Administration considered 3 different options for application of a water-related franchise fee to Air Products, processed water services, which we will discuss in detail in the next slide. In order to thoroughly consider these options, it was important for administration to understand the magnitude and nature of revenues collected by EPCOR from Air Products for processed water services, to which the franchise fee would be applied. Based on preliminary estimates provided by EPCOR, the total revenue collected by EPCOR from Air Products for processed water services, once the facility is fully operational, would be close to $10.1 million per year. This is a high-level estimate that is subject to change, but we think it's a fairly reasonable estimate at this time. Almost all of those revenues would be attributable to recovery of costs passed on to EPCOR by Aero Utilities for the costs Aero incurred to provide processed water services to Air Products. So essentially recovering for the flow-through cost passed on by Aero to EPCOR. The cost EPCOR expects to incur directly from providing water services to Air Products within the City of Edmonton boundaries, to which the franchise agreement is applicable, is less than $10,000 a year. As I mentioned before, those costs would be mainly related to billing service and other admin type of costs. Next slide. So with that revenue estimate in mind, and understanding of why and how those revenues are collected from Air Products by EPCOR, administration completed an analysis of 3 different franchise fee options, including the pros and cons of each, as directed by the motion. In the first option, under the current franchise fee agreement, the city could apply an 8% franchise fee to total revenues collected by EPCOR from Air Products, including the recovery of flow-through costs from Aero, as well as any direct costs incurred by EPCOR. Under this option, the estimated franchise fee to be paid by Air Products annually would be $808,000, calculated as 8% of the $10.1 million in total revenues collected from Air Products. This option would require no amendments to existing agreements. However, this option does not reflect the unique cost structure or service delivery model that will be used by Air Products, which Keith spoke to earlier. It is not conceptually aligned with the intent of the franchise fee agreement, as the franchise fee of $808,000 would be disproportionate to the volume of assets within the City of Edmonton boundaries required to service Air Products, and can be seen as unfair because it's charging a franchise fee on operations in regions outside city boundaries that currently don't charge a franchise fee either. So as a result, administration did not find this to be a suitable application of the franchise fee. In the next option, administration considered not charging a franchise fee to this customer class, and therefore Air Products, and essentially exempting them entirely from a franchise fee. Administration did not consider this to be a valid option for a variety of reasons. I will go over some of the more significant reasons with you. Giving this treatment to one customer group could set a precedent, or one customer, possibly leading to similar demands and ripple effects across other segments, unnecessarily, and I would say inappropriately, reducing the city's franchise fee revenues. Forgiving franchise fees raises fairness concerns among utility payers and taxpayers. Conflicting with City Policy C624, Fiscal Policy for Revenue Generation. As you know, this policy advocates for revenue mechanisms to proportionally allocate cost based on the direct benefits from services or infrastructure. The Water Services Franchise Fee Agreement grants EPCOR exclusive rights to provide water services and utilize city land. In return for these, EPCOR pays a franchise fee. Exempting this customer and rate class would prevent the city from appropriately recovering the value of EPCOR's exclusive rights to providing the service within city boundaries. So for these reasons, and others further explained in the report, these are some of the more significant ones, administration was not supportive of this option either. Lastly, administration evaluated the option of amending any applicable sections within the franchise fee agreement so that the franchise fee rate is only applied to direct costs incurred by EPCOR. In this scenario, revenue would be defined as the total of EPCOR's revenues less direct pass-through costs from another utility provider outside of municipal boundaries, in this case, Aero Utilities. So using Air Products as a specific example under this scenario, the majority of the revenue collected by EPCOR from Air Products, which again is to recover the flow-through cost from Aero Utilities, estimated close to be $10.1 million per year, would not be eligible towards the franchise fee. only costs incurred by EPCOR that are directly attributable to providing processed water services to Air Products would be eligible for a franchise fee. So as discussed earlier, EPCOR has estimated those costs to be less than $10,000 a year, resulting in a very small franchise fee of less than $1,000 a year that would be paid by EPCOR. Aligning the franchise fee agreements such that franchise fees apply to EPCOR's direct costs aligns with the intent of the existing franchise fee agreement. It recognizes the unique circumstance in the scenario whereby the majority of the costs associated with servicing originate outside EPCOR's franchise area. In this option, EPCOR would be collecting a franchise fee based on the processed water services provided within the City of Edmonton boundaries, which aligns with the principles in the current franchise fee agreement. So it does not come without its risks. Other customer classes may also ask for reduced franchise fees without truly understanding the rationale for lower franchise fees collected in this specific situation. Although the city would have a solid footing and rationale to explain the franchise fee charged to Air Products, it could still be perceived as financial incentive provided through the franchise fee mechanism by other payers of a city franchise fee. So this is just something to be mindful of, a consideration that we may have to manage under this scenario, but something we think we can explain. So all that being said, administration believes this is the right way to charge this franchise fee, and as a result has recommended to Utility Committee as the proposed franchise fee methodology to be used for processed water services and applicable to Air Products. So one thing we wanted to make clear is that the recommended option is not a forgiveness, a reduction, or an exemption of a franchise fee in order to provide an economic or financial incentive. We believe this is the right way to apply the franchise fee in this circumstance and consider it to be in line with the intent of the current franchise fee agreement. Administration reiterates that non-utility mechanisms, like grant programs, are the preferred method for delivering economic development incentives. The utility regulatory process, including utility rates and franchise fees, should not be employed as mechanisms to achieve social or economic support objectives. Next slide. In terms of next steps, the intended outcome here is to collect a franchise fee from Air Products solely on revenues billed by EPCOR that recover costs directly attributable to EPCOR's provision of processed water services. This means the 8% franchise fee will apply only to revenues EPCOR collects from Air Products for direct processed water services. Based on current information, the annual franchise fee from Air Products to EPCOR would be less than $1,000 a year. We will work towards amending agreements as necessary to reflect this objective. Administration and EPCOR aim to return in Q1 2026 with amendments for Utility Committee and Council approval, along with the new rate class and rates for processed water services that's currently being completed by EPCOR. However, these timelines may shift based on the extent of amendments required to agreements and legal and regulatory review. As with any similar process, when you begin to amend agreements of this nature, there may be some legal and regulatory complexities that have not been considered yet that may extend timelines to implement the required changes. We will need to inform Alberta Utilities Commission of this new customer class and related franchise fee amendment. The timelines for the AUC review are uncertain. With all that being said, we are fairly confident that the rate class, rates, and franchise fee for Air Products will be finalized before their facility begins operations, full operations in Q1 2028. Thanks for your time, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Lots of detail there. So I'll go first to Mr. Beckett for any comments he may have, and then we'll hear from speakers.
There's two issues here. The first is the development of the rate, and the second is the potential of amendments to the franchise fee. On the development of the rate, that's fine. There's no issue with that. Costs or rates should always reflect cost causation, and in this particular case, the principles that have been discussed do exactly that. The second item is more difficult, and that's the franchise fee. If Utility Committee adopts the recommendation of administration, you're essentially granting this customer relief, a grant, because you're reducing city revenue that arises from the imposition of the franchise fee. But by doing it, by providing this relief, this grant through the franchise fee, you're creating a slippery slope because the point that administration made is absolutely correct. As soon as other customers see that you're open to amending the franchise fee to relate to specific circumstances, several sophisticated water customers are going to come forward with specific mitigating circumstances and request an adjustment to the franchise fee. So from a regulatory perspective, and this is a regulatory purist perspective, the recommendation would be to not adjust the postage stamp franchise fee, but just provide the grant directly. If that's not palatable, then the only other solution is the one proposed by administration, which would be to tailor a specific franchise fee for this particular class of service. But in doing so, Utility Committee has to recognize that they are opening themselves up, opening the city up to the potential risks that other customers will seek the same kind of franchise fee bypass. So my advice would be go into this with your eyes open.
Thank you, Mr. Beckett. Appreciate that. We'll now hear from our speaker, Mr. Ian Murray from Air Products. The clerk will show you to your spot.
Hear me?
We can, thank you.
That's
So
great.
as before, Mr. Murray, you've got 5 minutes. The lights on the dashboard there will tell you when your time is up. And
Thanks.
then committee and other councillors, for that matter, are available to ask questions of you. Please go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, my name's Ian Murray. I'm president of a consulting firm, IMC. We do a lot of work for our products and have been working with them since about 2002 through multiple projects. We've been very involved also in supporting the current project, including involvement with the water supply agreements. I'd like to thank the administration, EPCOR, for their work. We think it was very thorough. We agree with the interpretation of the franchise agreement, and we very clearly feel that it's not a grant. We think it was an appropriate interpretation of the agreement, and it was a common sense decision, a common sense recommendation, and we appreciate that. We think it has the attributes of both fairness as well as providing an improved opportunity for competitiveness and economic development attraction for the city, particularly in that region where this facility is located. We also think the precedent risk is narrow because the principles laid out and the way the class was defined is appropriately narrow and would only apply to very large industrial groups accessing reused or recycled processed water, in that region. And in that region, it's practical to get that water from the new MBR plant that was built by Aero. So that's just sort of a practical economic reality in that part of the world. So I'd like to just thank everybody for the work they did, and I can take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Questions for Mr. Murray?
Go first.
Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you for being here. I guess maybe a few things. Do you have any thoughts on the timeline? Because I recall when you were here previously, that timing issue, you brought up the timing issue.
Yeah, so sooner the better. As noted in the presentation, the startup of the facility is now likely Q1 2028. And one other minor correction to the PowerPoint, the project cost is now higher. It's approximately $4.5 billion. So just to clarify that one item. But I would say our preference would be to deal with this as soon as possible, but obviously the process that's been outlined by the administration and EPCOR, has to take certain legal steps. So as long as we get to a commitment by council, in terms of this as a fair solution, that's adequate.
Mm-hmm. Do you work with a lot of utility or what utility clients that use water in this way?
This is the only file I have any involvement
I
that
see.
has these facts. And I
Okay.
think it's the only one there is.
I guess
this
I'm just
time.
wondering if you can maybe speak to some of the comments that we heard around the slippery slope. You know, if this opens up for, you know, other, you know, customers who might want to kind of go down this path as well.
Well, I think all projects that are challenged will look for ways to reduce their costs so that people may try to do something. But this is pretty unique. Like you're actually in a situation where, you know, EPCOR's not really doing anything other than administrative billing. Like they're just essentially flipping the water, right? So, you know, I don't think you'll have other circumstances, you know, where you have an almost $200 million, you know, water treatment plant built by your neighbor that's, you know, half of its capacity is being used to supply one large customer in your neighborhood. And EPCOR is just essentially in the middle, you know, providing administrative services.
Right. Oh, I had something else, but now I forgot. Anyways, appreciate those comments and appreciate you being here for this. Oh, sorry. Yes, I do remember. So just back to that point then. It may be unique. It may be a rare instance that this happens. I guess thoughts on the principles of making this decision. Like you've talked about fairness, transparency, and all of that earlier. Anything further, I guess?
No, I think this is you know, this is obviously a very large and important project for this region, and we haven't sought special advantages, you know, from the city, and we've had great cooperation with the city through the whole zoning process, and we have nothing but good things to say about the administration's, you know, support. And I think this was a common sense decision based on some unique facts.
Okay, great. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. See no further questions. Thanks again to Mr. Murray. We'll now go to questions of administration. Councillor Tang.
Sure. I'll start the same way I did with the last report because this was also quite delayed. Can you speak to why?
Yeah, certainly, and again, good question. So I think it just took a bit more time in understanding the development of the rate class and the principles and how much work needed to be done there for this report. So just a bit of back and forth there. And then coming up with an estimate of how much the revenues would be from air products to help understand the franchise fee options. So just a bit more work it took there to understand that before we could develop the report.
So complex model. So there's a lot more stakeholders than maybe you initially thought you need to get that input from to land on the recommendations today, right?
Yep, complex model. When you get into the options, just a few more things to consider. So we wanted to make sure we fully thought that through. And like I alluded to in the report, there's amendments to agreements we have to make here. So we wanted to make sure from a legal perspective we were covered off and we've addressed everything. So that's why in the report we kind of mentioned that there could be more regulatory and legal review that we're not aware of yet. Once we start amending agreements, we'll see what that looks like.
Because I was wondering if you can kind of walk us through what comes after today, assuming, you know, we approve the recommendation. What would be a typical AUC application timeline? What's involved there?
Sure, I can start and then others can jump in, and I think Tracy from legal if she wants to add in as well. So if utility committee approves the recommendation in the report today, we will go back and we will look at the franchise fee agreement that currently exists. We'll see if any amendments need to be made to the franchise fee agreement, because the big thing is here we want to make sure that the franchise fee is collected on those direct costs. So after that review, which may require very little or may require some amendments, we'll have to see what that looks like. And once the water services bylaw is updated for the new customer class and the new rate class.
In Q1 2026?
Yeah, in Q1.
Yep.
But before then, we're going to be talking to AUC about the changes we're trying to reflect.
I see.
There's going to be a submission process there. We don't know what that looks like. It could be quick. It could be lengthy. So we'll have to see what that looks like. After that is all said and done, then we'll come back to utility committee, hopefully in Q1 2026 with the proposed amendments.
So you need the AUC approval first before you can come back to utility committee?
That's what we would target for, yeah.
Gotcha. It's not like utility first and then AUC.
That's the way I'm understanding it, but I'm just going to make sure that I'm correct on the understanding, and maybe I will ask Tracy to confirm.
Yes, Councillor Tang, that's correct. We would take it to the AUC first.
Okay. I want to ask about the uniqueness of this situation. Well, it sounds like it's really unique in Edmonton. Is it unique elsewhere in the province? Like, is this going to be a unique case for AUC, or has there been precedents in other parts of the province? Water, or I don't know how electricity works, but, other utility.
So yeah, I can't speak to what's happening in the province, and,
Okay.
and maybe others can, but yeah, definitely for Edmonton, this is probably the first time we've seen something this unique to this magnitude, which is why we're recommending some of these adjustments, but maybe I'll open it up to others to provide some more insight.
I can do my best to provide a couple examples why this is a unique project. One, it's a very large industrial reuse supply project. In orders of scale, I think the water demand from the Air Products facility is around 15 to 20 million liters per day, compared to potable water that Edmonton provides to the city of Edmonton and our regional customers is around 350 million liters per day. So it's almost at 10%, 10% of all the water we produce. So it's,
For one
it's
project.
unique in scale as well as the industrial reuse aspect. And the other part that's unique is that we're in effect purchasing water supply from another utility outside of the city of Edmonton to provide water to one of our customers inside the city of Edmonton. And it's right at the boundary
Right.
of the city in Strathcona County. Even the pipeline from Arrow to provide the Air Products facility is in a road right away that is a county
Yeah.
road. So that as well makes it somewhat unique at being right on the border.
And you don't do that with any other projects where you're purchasing outside of the city for something that is partially in the city?
This would be the only customer in the city of Edmonton that we provide water from outside, aside from there's certain areas of the city where we call buybacks, where the potable water comes out of the city of Edmonton to the county and back into the city of Edmonton. And that's just a function of how the water transmission network was developed over time and some past annexations and so on.
Interesting.
But they're still our customer. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much for this work. I think it's all very sensible. I appreciate the thought that's gone into it. Just want to confirm, the principles laid out I think are really excellent. And again, those would be replicable. So this rate class is very narrow and specific. But again, this process and these principles could be used in the future.
Yes, Councillor Stevenson, that's correct. And these principles would be consistent with how we establish rates for any of our customers, and I would suggest that they're universal in regulatory rate making as well.
Yeah. And so just on that fear in terms of the risks of others coming forward to ask for similar exemptions, I'm hearing that it's the nature of the project, scale of the project. I'm just trying to think of, again, do we have a sense of, any other groups that would be probable to come forward to maybe ask for an exemption? Is there anyone that falls within, again, even something vaguely similar?
In the near future, I'm not aware of any. I think this is, going back to the comments from the previous speakers, this is a very unique project in terms of what's being provided as well as the scope and scale.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, I don't think I have any further questions. It all makes a lot of sense to me. Is there any, my last thought, again, just the way this is structured, again, I think part of what makes this unique is that it is recycled water, correct? It's not, yeah?
Yeah, it's additionally treated wastewater effluent, so it goes through another treatment step to meet the quality requirements of the Air Products facility.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering if, and forgive me if I missed it in the principles, and I think I probably know the answer to this, but do we ever consider rate structures that incent, again, water recycling, minimizing some of the environmental impacts? Or is that sort of outside what we should consider in rate filing?
I'll jump in here. And so, you know, that is a consideration in terms of development of rates. However, in this situation, it's very unique in that, you know, we're flowing through 100% of the costs to this customer. And so, I guess the incentive in itself is the rate. I guess what I'm trying to say, councillors, is there's no need to develop anything unique for this customer.
Yeah, it's sort of, it's a given in this situation. Is that something we would ever consider in the future, or is it advisable to consider that in the future?
I think if circumstances changed, or perhaps if there were multiple customers being served, or there was a capacity issue, but I think for me it's premature to, you know, try and answer that question.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Okay, thank you, that's it.
Thank you. I think my colleagues have hit upon all the uniqueness of the water. It's not potable water, it's processed water effectively. It's recycled water in a way. I just want to go to the alternative, and that would be that there's a grant provided to the user in this point, in this circumstance. And so that would have to be renewed every year, that grant, would it not?
It would be totally dependent on how you structure that grant program or that grant, but typically if you're giving an annual grant, you'd have to renew it every single year.
Annually, yeah. And that is, you know, that for me is a bit of a risk, that we lose corporate memory and we, you know, the circumstances of today are not necessarily carried forward, and you know, grant programs end without notice, and now we're back to this conundrum. Is that a reasonable concern?
Yeah, I mean, that's a consideration, but I mean, there's also ways, and maybe Stacey can speak to this a bit as well, but there's also ways you can build something like this into the base to give relief to, if you want to give a financial incentive, you could build it into the base. So like I said, it depends on how you structure the grant program.
Yeah. Anything more?
Yeah, we've structured grants to be over multiple years before you establish it as a program.
But not open-ended though, not forever.
You would have to do, yeah, probably not forever, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure you'd have to do it annually. You could do it with each 4-year budget.
Yeah, even that gives me pause. Whereas this stays this way, like, you know, quote unquote forever until something changes to change it. That if there was never a motion to change this set of arrangements, they would continue in perpetuity. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, those are my only questions. Any other questions for Min? I'd like to move this.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Good. Oh, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. So I just want to touch on the slippery slope concern. And I was just wondering, like, these are extremely unique circumstances. So do we have any other areas in the city when it comes to industrial that we find extremely unique circumstances where it would open up the door to that slippery slope?
I think we're considering, Councillor Paquette, the risk for that to happen pretty low. This is a pretty unique circumstance. So yeah, I'd say low risk, but possible.
Okay, so it just all depends on which risk you want to take, the regulatory, the fee risk or a grant risk. And in both cases, there is some risk, but nothing that raises a lot of alarms. Is that right?
Correct, and I think the main point here is that at the end of the day, we think we're applying the franchise fee agreement in the way it's intended to be applied. So we have a good reason of why we're doing this. So this is not an exemption. We're applying it the way it's intended to be applied. That's our opinion and that's our recommendation. If other customers were to approach it, we would look at their situation and apply it the same way.
Okay, and that would be, and just to get it all on the table, that would be because this particular case has its own situation. They're the only customer with this particular rate structure.
Currently, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Sure. Yeah, I will move the recommendation that administration prepare amendments to the Water Services Franchise Agreement 2 one, incorporate processed water services, and two, make any necessary changes to ensure that franchise fee rates are only applied to direct costs incurred by EPCOR in delivering processed water. Motion on the floor, Councillor Tang.
I just want to come back to Mr. Beckett, because you made a comment, and I imagine that comes from somewhere. Can you give some examples where, like, you've heard how unique this situation is, but like, I'm curious what examples you were thinking of, whether it's water or otherwise, in Alberta or otherwise, that you can maybe speak to a little bit more?
Well, most of my experience comes from the electric side, but I have been involved in processes where large customers taking service directly at transmission voltages, not using distribution system, but just the transmission system, have argued that rates should reflect only the cost of providing the transmission, not the blended cost of transmission and distribution. So hypothetically, if a large water customer in Edmonton who is being supplied from the transmission system was to look at this particular decision and conclude that I have a unique circumstance here. It's not the same as this project, but it's a unique circumstance. I want to discuss how the franchise fee on my consumption is calculated. You'd be back having a discussion like this. And the problem with that is that you either have a postage stamp franchise fee, or you have to start tailoring it to each specific group of customers. And that's the slippery slope that I'm talking about. The benefits of having a franchise fee that is postage stamp are very significant. It's predictable, it's fair, it's not unduly discriminatory to any particular rate of customers. I recognize that not very many customers are going to be supplied with treated water, so I'm not trying to raise roadblocks here where I don't need to. I just want you to understand and have your eyes open around the fact that large, sophisticated customers are always looking for ways to reduce their costs. And if they can reduce their costs by arguing that the franchise fee that is applicable to their particular class of service is unreasonable, they will do exactly that.
I'm just curious, in those electrical customers examples, that will ultimately come down to AUC decision as well, right?
Oh, definitely.
And
yes.
then I'm curious, like, what happened? Did they end up paying for the voltage and the distribution, or just the piece that they were arguing for?
Well, that particular issue went away when the government deregulated
I see. Okay.
the electric side of things.
Yeah.
So now all customers pay a postage stamp transmission rate,
Right.
and then customers who take supply from the distribution system have different rate classes.
Okay. And then, I guess, just in summary of what you're saying, and I appreciate the caution, and I think hence why there's so many questions around that. But I guess I'm wondering, isn't that where principles comes in? And, do you feel, I'm not saying the principles need to be ironclad, but I think they have been thoughtful and thought through. If future cases come forward, I would think the regulator should lean on the principles of that decision-making as a mitigation measure to kind of what you're saying.
Well, I think every regulator will say they make decisions based on principles. Nobody's going to admit to unprincipled decisions. But again, with postage stamp approach to rate making, you are giving up some specific decisions to reflect what is a socially acceptable approach to applying rate design. And postage stamp is a socially acceptable rate design principle.
Okay, thank you. No more questions, but happy to speak.
Thank you. Any further questions for administration? Okay, speaking to the motion, Councillor Tang.
Just want to thank, I know there's this thing, I think the report initially came out, and it just became increasingly clear that it's not kind of a typical case. I appreciate all the stakeholders involved in the discussion. I appreciate the caution shared by the advisor, but I agree with my colleagues that I think this option makes sense. I'm not entirely comfortable with the grant approach, as kind of discussed. There's some drawbacks to that, and I also think what we're talking about, because I know economic development incentive came up at the last meeting, but I think for this, if we're talking about utility model, you pay for what you use. I think you have developed some good principles around this. I am most comfortable with this option moving forward, so just want to express that. I think those are the different considerations that went into this decision, so happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak? Then I will close. I too appreciate the warnings and the concerns. However, I think this is so narrowly focused and so narrowly defined that I'm not sure that there is a real big risk. Certainly, big ratepayers are going to be looking for every angle, and we appreciate that. And I think on this one we're prepared to defend this decision quite well. I hope, on the other hand, that there's a bit of an incentive for other parties to get into that part of the city, that geographical part of the city, knowing that there is processed water available, and that might help some of their activities, and that there's, if there's a precedent effect here, that it is to encourage the modest treatment of wastewater to be processed water, but not necessarily potable water. That there's a bit of a circular economy, green approach, recycled water piece that we can begin to look at. That there might be others that can tap off of this particular pipe and make use of that. I think that there might be properly a wee little bit of an incentive that is kind of embedded in this, that in that particular part of the city with this particular water provider, that there just might be something that happens that way. And if that is the case, then I think that, and this is the beginning of opening some people's eyes to the opportunities, I think that there's that benefit to consider as well. So I'll leave it there and call a vote. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Great, thank you, everyone. On this item, that takes us to item 7.3, bylaw 21300 to amend EPCOR Water Service Bylaw 19626, amendment number 1. Do you need a presentation on this, Councillor Stevenson, or no? You want to just go directly to? Well, I'll go to Mr. Beckett first. Any comments on this report?
No comments.
Great, thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciated this coming forward. The main question I had, we just had a bit of confusion in the back, so I wanted to clarify. This has the effect of lowering the non-standard meter read from 49.03 to 25. So it's a reduction in the fee, not an increase.
So I'll try to explain this. Maybe Keith can help me. So I think the first time this went to Utility Committee, the recommendation was for a reduction from $49 to $25. But I believe EPCOR has now decided that they want to maintain the $49 charge.
Oh, I see.
Is that correct?
Councillor Stevenson, maybe I can just add a bit of clarification to that. So as part of our AMI project, we charge a $49.03 fee for when customers are non-responsive, i.e. they're not advising us, setting up an appointment for us to go in and install their meter. So we require that to, provide them an incentive to get in contact with EPCOR so we can arrange for the replacement of their device. However, commencing today, as we've made that previous commitment, the non-standard meter reading fee will be $25, so will in fact be less. We didn't make that change to the bylaw, so we could continue to charge the $49.03 for the non-response. So hopefully that provides some clarification.
So the intent is that for folks who have opted for the so that, they have responded, they've got the new one installed, they would still be having a $25 per month?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, but anyone else who just through lack of contact or for whatever other reasons, how are you, and so that's clearly distinguished in the rates?
So it's, we don't have we're utilizing that rate to, I guess, assess that fee to those customers. But in terms of charging the $25, that's lower than the amount that's specified in the bylaw, and that's just going back to our commitment from last year to assess a lower fee. And then that fee will be assessed in the future again, depending on the number of customers that have opted out, as well as the actual cost to administer the non-standard meter reading.
Okay, so maybe just for absolute clarity, and I apologize that I'm not following, what enables EPCOR to charge the $25 per month for folks who have, conscientiously opted out?
It's an amount that's lower than the specified fee in the bylaw. So that's and it's again following through on our previous commitment to charge a lower amount. So it's an updated estimate and lower than what's specified in the bylaw.
And you're able to make those charges outside of the context of the bylaw?
Might want someone from legal to weigh in, but that's our understanding and interpretation, as long as it is lower.
Okay, perhaps we could just get a bit of clarity on that. I just worry, I'm just struggling a little bit if we remove that fee from the bylaw, and let's say, and again, I don't wish to make it, but let's say for whatever reason, there's an error, there's something, someone gets charged $49.03 who should be charged $25. What mechanism of appeal or correction is there?
So I don't know that there's a formal mechanism of appeal, but that is our commitment, and we will follow through on that. And we've developed a process to ensure that we are charging customers the appropriate amount. If customers contact us and advise that they want to install a meter, we will refund those charges up to the end of this year. And so we've built in a process to ensure that we are charging customers the appropriate amount, and we will revisit this amount in future bylaw.
To sort of true up, but it's not in the bylaw, right? This is just where I'm struggling, is that the 25 won't be in the bylaw, correct?
Correct. The only item that's in the bylaw is the 4903.
Yeah, well, I'm out of time, but I hope we can dig into this a little bit further with my colleagues and maybe get some legal advice around sort of not having that charge outlined in the bylaw itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Okay, so I just want to clarify what I'm hearing then. Back in July, you had brought forward a bylaw that recommended lowering the fee for the lowering the fee from 49 to 25. Now you're bringing it back to say, we don't want to do that. We want to keep it at 49. Is that right?
Councillor, yeah. So in effect, we're saying leave the bylaw unchanged because we need to charge $49.03 as an incentive for customers to advise us as to what they want to do, whether they want to install an AMI device or maintain their old meter
Right.
reading equipment. However, customers that do advise us that they want a non-standard meter, we will charge them a lower fee. And I think where the confusion is coming from, and I think this is what Councillor Stevenson was alluding to, is we have one fee in the bylaw, 4903, but our intention is to charge 4903 for customers that are non-responsive and $25 to customers that have advised us that they would prefer a non-standard meter read. And so the reason we brought this forward or removed that is just to, I guess in our view, we thought it was simple, like fewer changes in terms of this amendment to the bylaw was really just extending the PBR term. When we come back in the future in the consolidated PBR, we'll have a significant number of other changes that are going to be reflected in the bylaw.
I'm like, if they're not going to be responsive to changing meters, are they going to be responsive to this added bill? But anyways, I'm sure you find a way to collect that. So is there a lot of accounts that's been non-responsive? Because I think based on some of the numbers we have heard previously, there's been a lot of people who have opted for other options, but they've been responsive.
Yeah, we're about 95% through the project, so I think we've had good success from customers contacting us, letting us in their homes and making the replacements. However, there is a small subset of customers that are not responsive, and we've got a process. We contact them several times to let them know before we, move to a state where we're, potentially shutting off water or providing or assessing this fee. And again, going back to my comments earlier, if they get in touch with us, we're happy to, if they schedule an appointment and we're able to install a meter, we're happy to refund those charges.
The AMI meter, you will refund the charge, so they'll pay nothing. If they offer like an alternative, there is still a small fee because that's on a different system that you have to administer.
Like if we're manually reading meters,
Right.
Correct. That's
Yes.
where the $25 comes in.
Okay, got it. I think I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. So one more time, why not embed the $25 in the bylaw itself? And what does that mean from just a legal perspective if it's not embedded in the actual bylaw?
I can't speak to the legal aspect of it, but I guess in our view, when we were extending the extending the bylaw, really the intent was to extend it so it would allow us to extend the PBR term. And so we felt that was the, simplest approach. Just focus on the changes that are required to extend the water PBR up to December 31, 2027.
Right, and is there anyone who can comment on the legal side?
Hi, Councillor Salvador. I can give you the city's perspective, and then my colleague from EPCOR Legal is also on the call, and she might want to jump in. What this means is a customer who, in this circumstance, would have no recourse to insist on that lower $25 fee. If it's not in the bylaw, the only thing that they have recourse to here is to look at and see the $49 charge. So in gold standard, this should have been included in a bylaw amendment.
Yeah, okay, and what would be the process for including it in the bylaw?
The legal process would be bringing you back a new amending bylaw to change out this schedule and to add that $25 fee if that was agreeable to EPCOR.
Okay, would something like that be agreeable to EPCOR?
If it facilitates the extension of the bylaw, then yes. What I'm unsure of are what are the steps that are required or the timing of that.
Right, and I guess is that something that could just be, could that amendment just be directed? Does that need to go back? How long of a process are we talking if we wanted to embed that?
I think if we get direction, we could probably add that to the bylaw that we bring back for council approval.
Okay,
when it gets 3 readings, we could add that into that bylaw.
Okay,
I don't know if we need, and maybe I'll ask
think we need
Tracy
a-
Ashaway in here. I don't know if we need a motion just to make that really clear, but
I think a motion to bring to council with amendment is likely the thing.
Okay, great. I will work on that. Thank you.
Any other questions for administration? I'm not seeing any. So we may have to wait until we can pull together a bit of a motion there.
We could take a quick recess to work on the amendment, or we could bring forward another item and deal with this after.
Sure, why don't we do that? So the effect of the amendment is a revised schedule that includes the, when the $25 charge is applicable, essentially. Okay, so, just to be crystal clear. So why don't we bring forward item 7.4, Blatchford Renewable Energy Annual Business Plan, and we'll circle back to this item once we have a motion ready for consideration. Is that all right? Yeah. Come on down, Christian. You're up.
Good morning. We have a few introductory remarks. As I said, good morning. My name is Christian Felsky. I'm the Director of Renewable Energy Systems for the City of Edmonton, and with me here is Harm and Stephen. They've been here before. So we're here today to prepare or present the 2025 to 2028 business plan for the Blatchford Renewable Energy Utility. Blatchford Renewable Energy supports key actions on district energy development that are outlined in the Edmonton Energy Transition and Climate Adaptation Strategies, as well in Edmonton's first district energy strategy. A 4-year business plan is presented annually to Utility Committee. Its purpose is to provide an overview of the utility's development, including the strategic plan, key activities, and operational, financial, and regulatory updates. We are pleased to share that the utility has progressed positively over the past year in several ways. This includes connecting more floor space in 2024 than anticipated, preparing new, larger connections, including for upcoming multi-unit buildings and the new fire station. And we're expanding the utility's capacity and continuing to provide reliable heating and cooling services while going into our 6th year of operation. Focus areas for the 25 to 28 business plan include continuing the utility's operational reliability and planning and constructing its growth in parallel with the Blatchford Redevelopment Office and increased builder activity on site. The business plan also outlines the negative impacts on the utility's financial health if the utility were to further extend the currently allowed percentage of district energy exempt buildings in the community. For background, in 2016, Council directed administration to create a district energy exemption opportunity for a percentage of the townhouses in the first stage, a commitment that has since been expanded to 5% of all development stages. Our experience to date is that most builders want to connect to the district energy sharing system. Currently, only 1 out of 10 Blatchford builders has proceeded with the exemption path. However, based on this builder's current and planned construction, the 5% threshold that has now been reached. And so this is another reason why it's timely that the impacts of extending the exemption be considered by Council. As noted in the business plan, this fall we intend to bring forward the recommendation to limit the expansion of exempt buildings to the set percentage. The financial viability of the renewable energy utility, or any utility really, relies on its total customer base. And so this recommendation is not to refute the environmental benefits of net zero homes, but rather to note the impact of the exemption on the utility's financial health. The utility still has to invest in the capital and operating costs to support the majority of customers in the community, despite losing a portion of the customer base to the exemption. More specifically, the associated rate revenue, and sunken infrastructure and administrative costs. The district energy sharing system itself is also necessary to achieve the benefits for the full community. In order to meet Council's vision for energy usage in the whole community, a renewable district energy sharing system is essential for addressing the energy requirements of all buildings, including especially higher density and larger buildings, residential and commercial, and for enabling builders who may not possess specialized expertise in net zero construction standards to proceed with development in Blatchford. Whether or not to limit the expansion of exempt buildings is a Council decision. We are here today to provide information on the exemption's impact to the utility. As mentioned, we will present this information to Council in the fall, at which time Utility Committee will be able to discuss the necessary trade-offs between the financial health of the utility and the desire for the net zero exemption. Thank you, and we'll be pleased to answer any questions you may have after the speaker.
Thank you. I'm going to first go to Mr. Beckett for any comments he may have on this item.
Yeah, this isn't really a regulatory issue. It's a business decision. One of the key regulatory principle here is that you give a utility the right to serve without competition. And having already decided that you're going to allow competition, the issue of how much competition you're going to allow is a business decision you're going to have to make. I don't know that I can provide much more than that, but if there's a specific question around that, I could try to respond, but I'm at a loss as to what further advice I could give you.
Thank you. We'll invite our speaker now to come down. Hato Yu. The clerk will direct you to your podium. Good morning. You'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation. There's some lights right there in front of you, so those lights will be green for the first 4 minutes, yellow for the final minute, and red when 5 minutes are up, after which there will likely be some questions for you from committee and council. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Haitao Yu. I'm the R&D Director of Landmark Homes, the only builder currently building net zero homes in Blatchford under the DESS exemption. As an industrial leader in sustainability, Landmark has been building net zero and net zero ready homes across Alberta for over 13 years. With more than 100 completed today, we strongly support city's vision of making Blatchford a sustainable community powered by 100% renewable energy and achieving carbon neutrality. We believe net zero homes are the most cost-effective path to achieve that vision. Technically, net zero homes are built to the highest tier of building code, about 70% more energy efficient than kind of minimum code homes and roughly 40% more efficient than homes built to the Bradford Green Building Code. They produce as much energy as they consume on an annual basis, achieving the true carbon neutrality. For homeowners, the benefits are clear. Families in net zero homes pay no energy costs, avoiding continuous rate increases. Through the program like the Solar Club or Visual Power Plant Market Plan, Medellin can even achieve positive cash flow from their solar generation. We are here today because we are concerned about administration's plan to limit further DESS exemption and remove them from the utility bylaw. While our stage 6 homes will not be affected, eliminating this option would end Landmark's future involvement in Bradford and prevent other builders from pursuing the net zero path. That would be a setback for innovation, competition, and the city's own carbon neutrality goals. The reason other builders have not taken this path is not that net zero is unviable, because that the exemption requirements are too high and the process is very complex. If the requirements were aligned with those for DESS connected homes and the process streamlined, more builders, especially production builders, would participate, accelerating Bradford's development. For that reason, Landmark would recommend 3 actions. 1, conduct an independent review of the DES exemption guide, focus on energy performance, recognize kind of certifications such as N-Guide or CHBA Net Zero label, and align requirements with DESS connected homes. 2, remove the 5% limitation. Expanding the exemption pathway would accelerate development, reduce administrative costs, and lower long-term infrastructure spending for the utility. 3, commission a third-party economic review of DESS. Use actual construction and operational data to develop a business plan that includes net zero and other renewable energy alternatives. One option could be for BRE to own rooftop solar system and the supply power to residents at a fixed rate similar to how thermal energy is provided today. Compared to DESS, solar PV has a 25-year lifespan and a minimum operating and maintenance costs, and importantly, net zero homes are carbon neutral now. DESS still requires electricity to operate and does not cover household electricity baseload, which make up more than half of the home's total energy use. By taking these actions, the city can keep Bradford on track as a model of sustainability and innovation, while avoiding the risk of locking builders and residents into a single approach that may not be the most economically effective way for the long term. It will also reduce the financial risk the city facing today and in the future. So, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Yu. We'll now go to questions for you. Councillor Tang selected this item. Do you have questions?
Sure, I do have questions. Thank you for the presentation. Do you currently have plans to build more net zero homes in Blatchford? Like, do you own parcels that you do? Okay.
Yeah, actually, currently already included in your report. Currently, we have already built 8 net zero homes in the stage 2, and now we are building 18 net zero homes in stage 5, and we are planning to build another 85 in stage 6.
Okay, because that's one of the questions I was going to ask administration about when that, like the timeline for the exemption path. And then you have mentioned 3 recommendations. Can you just repeat your third one? You had the independent review of the DSSS, the expanding the exemption path for other builders. And what's the third one?
Yeah, the third one is we propose to start a third-party economic review of DSS, because we think DSS are probably not the most cost-effective way to achieve carbon neutrality goal. We want to recommend to include other, for example, net zero homes and other renewable energy options into the business plan, not only limited to the DSS.
Okay, okay, and that's different from an independent review of.
Yeah, different, because the first one is the independent review of the data. In the Bradford, there is a DSS exemption guide that is regulated whoever to apply.
I see.
For
you want to review of that
exemption.
process to make it less onerous.
Yeah.
I guess just on this, like, you see the path of exemption, even though you're the only builder there right now, to be lowering of financial risks. Even though the report talks about if we continue on this path, we create a bigger gap that will potentially need to be later subsidized by the tax base. But you're saying if you expand this, you accelerate development, that you can have greater return, that you might not require that subsidy.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, we have spent millions of dollars in in this public utility system that you're saying we shouldn't have to hook into.
Yeah, because yes, I understand. If we, I just ensure all the councilors already read the report. I know the city has already invested tens of millions of dollars in it, and also there's a plan. They asked for more than that for the next stage, probably $27 million to invest to 2 new centers, and in the future you have more. So the only thing and also in the report they argued that because only one builder doing it, only 5%, so there's the load reduced, not impact of the demand, right? So you can't reduce the investment to the infrastructure. What our logic is, actually this is a net zero way, is a more cost-effective way. If you lower the bar, and then let more builder will participate in that path, and then we can reduce the load significantly. For sure, in the past, the investment already invested, so you can change. But for the future, you don't need to invest more to enlarge more capacity to meet the load of other builders or other development in the future.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your logic there, because I've also heard feedback from the development industry too, that if we just treat it as a greenfield, we'll accelerate development even faster. Never mind net zero or district energy utility, but this will be a way to kind of accelerate that faster for that return quicker. So I hear what you're saying. I also hear, there's these other critique that I'm like, then why do we invest all this money in this system to begin with, right? Anyways, I appreciate you being here and I appreciate your input.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So I'll take a turn. So currently, Mr. Yu, Landmark is building net zero townhomes or row houses, correct?
Yeah.
And are they net zero on a unit by unit basis? So it's like on a townhome, like a single residence by single residence basis, or are they net zero when you put them together in groups of 4 or 6 or 8?
Currently, we are doing townhomes, so it's net zero on every unit. So it's a unit individual basis.
So if one unit could have solar panels, the next unit might not, but the unit with the solar panels is still net zero by itself?
Yes.
Yes? And so one of the things that that I've heard is that on larger multi-unit residential buildings, you cannot get to net zero. Can you speak to that?
Yes, I think for that also another point out in the plan. What I say, yes, it's kind of difficult for buildings like, for example, 4-story or 6-story of apartment buildings to achieve for net zero. But what we think of, because you just consider if what we achieve net zero, actually what it means, the renewable energy generation cover all the entire energy consumption of that unit, include both space heating, hard water heating, and the base load. We call it the plug load, the lighting, and all those things. That is for net zero. So I call it a true carbon neutrality. But if you consider DESS, what they cover is a partial of the space heating and hard water heating. They are not touch anything about the electricity base load. That is actually for the multi-units. It covers or account for over half of the total energy consumption of the units. We go back to your question, to counter question, about for the multi-high density buildings, like 4 or 6-story residential buildings, we can achieve no problem to cover the mechanical load exactly like the DESS connected building looks like, the energy efficiency. But probably it's hard to cover the other part we call is the electricity base load. So it means we use the net zero, so that is also another reason we recommend it to change to make a review on the DESS exemption guide. So for the high density building, we will exclude the occupancy load, the base load. That is exactly what they did in the new building code, the building code 2020.
So eliminate the base load, the base electrical load, so you get a true comparison of what would be built through solar versus what is built when it's attached to DESS.
Yes.
Can you speak to the pace of change and the increase in efficiency in solar panel technology and battery technology?
Yeah, I think for that is another one we really to point out. The solar technology now is has advanced really fast in the last 5 to 10 years. On one side is the manpower. We still remember when we built net zero homes first 10 years ago, the main house power 300 watt power, exactly the same size. Now the main house, the most economical way is 600 kilowatt, 600 watt hour, doubled. It's only in about 5 to 6 years. You can imagine in the next 10 years, now is the technology, we all know the speed of technology advancement is speed up. So you can imagine in the next, and also there's a lot of new material. For example, now you can have the solar PV panel as a glass, like to put them in the window. Because in the DS, we're also concerned about, for example, in 10 years, when all those homeowners want to change their heating system, because at that time, the life cycle of their system, the lifespan of their heating system already to the end, when they change their heating system, on one side, they can change to air source heat pump and put the solar PV on their rooftop. They don't need to pay any utility bill. And then on the other side, they can replace the current geo heat pump with another geo heat pump, really expensive.
So my time is up. I'm sorry, Mr. Yu, my time is up. We have to watch the clock. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. So just a few follow-ups on that. So am I correct in understanding that the homes you're building are sort of net zero day to day or over the course of the year?
Over the course of the year on an annual basis, because generate more solar during the summer, use it in the winter. Yeah.
And so you are connected to, I guess, just the electrical grid,
Yes.
but you're not connected to any of the heating and cooling services.
No, because we use the air source heat pump itself. Yeah.
Okay. So a few questions here. So what happens in other neighborhoods where you build these types of homes? There's no requirement for any other utility hookups?
No, for other neighborhood, we need to put a requirement. For example, the service to the lot need to be 200 amp service or something like that. Yeah.
Okay. And so I'm just trying to understand what's the financial impact. So you mentioned you have 85 lots in stage 6. Like what if an exemption, if we take away the opportunity for exemption, what's the financial impact on having to connect those units to the district energy system?
I think from builders' point of view, actually the costs are pretty similar. We build net zero homes because we know other builders how much they cost to build, to connect to the DSS. Frankly, the costs are very similar.
Okay.
To build a house, connect DSS, and to build a net zero home.
Okay. And then, so then what are the further implications? Are there customer implications then? So it's just sort of that ongoing operating cost for the individual homeowners, so they don't.
Yeah, I think there are two ways. Two ways. From us, we mainly consider this is a true net zero. It's a kind of carbon neutral, but that is the vision of our company and the commitment of our company. Another one, we do see it bring the value to our customer because they are saved on their utility bill.
Okay, that's very helpful, thank you. And then just, again, wanted to understand, so for the larger buildings, the 4-story, 6-story, I think I understood that there is a potential path that those can be net zero, but I think I'm still hearing that they would require some form of connection for some of that top up, like it wouldn't, yeah. Can you just talk me through, they would able to be completely self-contained?
I think for that, because for multifamily, for example, for that MURBs, we call it multifamily residential building. They need to have a special design. They go to another part of the engine modeling. So I can't really provide you a simple solution because we need involved with the professionals to specially design it and then to achieve certain energy efficiency goal. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, maybe another way of asking it. I believe at one point the largest net zero multifamily was in North Glenora. But again, do we have examples in Canada where you have a 4, 6, or 8-story building that's sort of fully self-contained, that doesn't have any utility hookups?
Actually, the quick answer is no, because like I said, because for all those, and if you consider the base load, it means of lighting, of plug load, and all those things, it's really hard to achieve net zero, which means the generation is on site. Very hard to achieve. But you only consider the mechanical load, we say, is there space heating and hardware heating? Yes. Okay. There are some examples. That is also 2020 National Building Code going.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, it's okay.
Mr. Yu, you're not quite done yet. No.
Okay.
Hi, yeah, just a quick question. So, would you be making the same case for your buildings that are outside of Blatchford?
I'm sorry?
Would you be asking for further exemptions for utilities that are not included in Blatchford?
Yeah, I think for that is for some, mainly for the townhomes, for low-rise, we have no problem to achieve that. But that is specifically for the buildings for example, 4-story, 6-story lots. Actually, we considered to get involved a lot of that, and then we do the analysis, and also to consider mainly economic analysis. We are builders, so we need to consider economically to see whether we can that project going well or not. And then at the end, we gave up because based on current requirements of the DES kind of exemption guide, there's no way for us to meet that requirements. And also, if we connect to DESS, we also do the math. Probably economically, kind of doesn't work.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if you were to build the same kind of homes that you're building in Blatchford, outside of Blatchford, there would be no exemption whatsoever, no possibility for exemption.
Outside of Blatchford, there's another story, because you need to compete with other people who are not building net zero home or not have that high energy efficient standard. So currently, no, because in order to build net zero homes for that type of buildings, you increase the investment, make cost high, and also the condo market is very cost sensitive.
Right.
So, no.
So I guess what I'm trying to explore here is that there was an exemption made in Blatchford that allowed for a little bit of creativity, but the percentage was there because otherwise, if we go past it, then it starts to eat into the viability of the utility. Yeah. And so it was more of a way to give a nod to developers to try new things, but any further doesn't make any economic sense for the utility. So this is the challenge that we're at. And so do you see where I'm going with this? That if you build this in Blatchford, that's one thing. But if you build it outside of Blatchford, there would be no exemption potential whatsoever. So that's the challenge we're at. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I totally understand.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So maybe I'll ask that in a bit of a different way. If you built a building outside of Blatchford, are you able to not connect to the gas line and not connect to the electrical service?
Yes.
So you can decline having an account. You don't need to. So right now, like with my solar stuff, I still have to pay the fees every month to EPCOR to have a service. But you could not have that service and not pay those fees, correct? Or can you?
We will not, all the net zero will not connect to the natural gas, so there's no fee. But for the electricity, you still need to pay all the fee because you need to connect to the grid.
Okay. Have you explored direct current loops in your buildings? So rather than having all of the energy created by a solar panel converted to alternating current through an inverter, have you examined direct control loops, say, for lighting or for some plug load in your buildings?
Currently, no, because mainly we use the market available technology. So we are builder. Yeah. So currently, no. Yeah.
Okay, and I think you suggested that the utility itself could explore providing energy through a solar array.
Yeah.
Over all of the rooftops.
Yeah.
Do I have that correct? Is that something you think that the utility could entertain?
Yeah, for that is also an option we think is really promising. Instead of invest all the money into DESS, we think the BRE probably will consider to own the solar PV system on the rooftop and help builder to achieve net zero. On the other side, generate revenue by supply the solar PV generation to the residents in the Blatchford.
So in the DESS system, the builder has to buy a certain amount of piping and pumps. They have to buy a heat exchanger for their building.
Yeah.
So are you suggesting that rather than do that, they would effectively, the builder would supply the panels and the electrical connections and the other devices, the inverters, et cetera, but that would become the property of the utility?
Yeah, I think that also there, because the details, I think we don't really want to go because we are not in the suit of VRE. They know the best how much they charge for the builder, how much the builder need to invest in order to have the entire DES kind of mechanical room system. But I think that is based on our experience, at least for the townhomes, there's a potential there. Yeah, but if they will council and also BRE would like to explore that way, and I think we can help. We have some data about that.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. Any further questions for Mr. Yu? Okay, thank you very much for being with us. Appreciate that. We'll now go to questions of administration. Councillor Tang.
Yes, great. Maybe you all just start. Thank you for the report, by the way, and I'll start with some of the points brought up by the speaker. So if committee and council approves the exemption, does that go into effect right away, impacting all the parcels now, or is it for new parcels?
Yeah, so what we wanted to do with this report is to highlight the exemption in particular. We've spoken to it in previous reports. Right now, with everything we have committed, everything which is built, is planned, is already built, and is committed into future stages, will bring the utility to the overall, over the time, we extended the exemption percentage to the full development. So at the stage where everything is, again, like I said, built, currently in construction or planned, will reach the 5% overall.
Okay, thank you for that. And then just in terms of the independent review, both of the technicality of the exemption process and the independent review of the economic case of the DSSS, have we done that before?
So we did a lot of work before we settled on what's now the district energy utility. So there was a lot of feasibility work being done looking at how these technologies align with the goals of the community. I think there was always a commitment to look at newer things which are coming online, because obviously, as Haitao also mentioned, there's a lot of development. But I think our goal as utilities is to bring this forward to you to make the decision in the end of what we think is the best.
So that would have been like years ago when this was conceived.
Yes, we did a lot of, we did some work in between too, based on motions from council, but none of it has sort of like moved us away from where we currently are.
Yeah, and all of those are administration-led studies and not entirely independent.
Well, how we do studies is we engage experts in the industry, yes. So I would say they are independent.
Okay. So we have done that. So we have one builder who is building net zero, but everybody else are connecting into the system. Are you getting a lot of requests to pursue the exemption path? Are people knocking your doors down for that? So
I think we are only going to tell you what happens on the ground. Currently, there's one builder out of 10 who has pursued the exemption. So no, we're not getting more than that as of today.
Okay, great. Can you just explain to me the number of the energy center piece in the report? You're looking to reduce a total number from 6 to 4.
Yes, so this is some work we've been doing in the background, Councillor Tang. So initially, the initial business case saw 6 energy centers. We built the first one. We're planning sort of like the next 2 in parallel. And over some of the learnings we've found over time, we saw some opportunities to amalgate the number of energy centers. It's no secret that capital costs, construction costs are going up, so there was certainly a consideration to be more nimble and to be more humble, and that has led to the overall reduction of the energy center number.
And is that going to be an issue if we say we limit the exemption and more demand?
So right now, and I think that's important to understand as well, the level where we are right now, the 5%, does not decrease any kind of like energy center for us, because we still have to supply peak energy costs. And in the scheme of things, the townhouses are smaller units in the community, and as some of the questioning before pointed out, the majority of the buildings will be larger, which are around the corner today.
So like, if we limit it, it would not be impacted. I just want a yes or no.
The current stage would not impact it. That's right.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yep, thank you. So just so I'm absolutely clear then, so everything that Mr. Yu mentioned, including, stage 5, stage 6, would be included under the exemption, like the 5%?
Yes.
Yes, great. Okay, did we chat with ETCRC about this as well? I think it was 2016 when some engagement happened with them that actually led to the exemption?
Yes, that is correct. We haven't chatted on this particular yet, but we can.
And I guess, was the engagement that happened with them back in 2016, was that one of the factors that led to the exemption in and of itself? Was that a suggestion that came from them?
Yes.
Okay, but recognizing that it was time limited and bounded.
Yeah, and at that stage, as I mentioned, as written in the report, it was only for the first stage of development. The utility since then has taken that exemption percentage to the full development.
Right. Okay. And then I just wanted to loop back to one of the suggestions from our speaker around maintaining the exemption would mean that more production builders would potentially participate in Blatchford. I'm just wondering, what have we sort of seen on the ground? What are you hearing? Also, being aware that only one builder so far has pursued that exemption.
So, like I said before, currently it's 1 out of 10 townhouse builders, which we're seeing is pursuing that pathway, and that's basically what. Development industry is difficult. I'm not privy of any opinion, but that's what we're seeing on the ground today.
Okay, and are we hearing that the exemption is, or I guess the removal of the exemption, is that a factor that we are hearing from larger scale industry members?
No.
No, okay, thank you. I think that's it. All my other questions have been asked.
Need a bit of advice. I'm just concerned that this afternoon we have a private item which will take us until at least 3:30. And so we've got guests from EPCOR that would either have to come back at 3:30 and we would have to do a time-specific thing, or we get this solved now so they can go. So I'm not quite sure what we can do. I'll go to Councillor Stevenson on this item, and then maybe we can come back to this conversation.
Yeah, great idea to bring that other item forward before the break. Okay, so apologies. I think you've answered this question a few times now. Is there a possibility that opt-out helps reduce our infrastructure requirements?
So at the current set threshold of 5% of townhomes, it won't.
And so again, if we increase that, does that, I guess the challenge is you could increase, but you don't know that that would be met.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, but we haven't done the study, if that is your question.
Okay. Do you think that's a worthwhile question to ask and pursue?
It's hard for me to answer that question, but if you deem this is what we should do, then we'll do it.
Yeah, well, it's just an interesting consideration, because again, we do have, again, still that need for the non-refundable cash infusion. Is this an alternative way to decrease that by decentralizing some of the infrastructure?
Yeah, I think we try. We are very much aware. We've been here before, and in terms of the discussion and the challenges we're facing, and we're working on some funding agreements, which is something also we should not forget in the background, or some proceedings there, and all of that, depending on what the decision and the pathway forward, certainly will have an impact on the development in the community, right?
Yeah, because I think the risk is that if we build a model based on an assumption of, let's say, 25% opt out, and then we only achieve 10% opt out, then we're underserving the community, right?
The other thing which is important, and maybe it wasn't quite clear, that we're servicing these lots today. Like there's actual pipe going into those lots, so these are costs the utility has. So we might, if the desire is to go a different way, we might need to think also about other impacts this could have.
Well, and that was another question as well, is that it seems like it's really hard to avoid the distribution infrastructure unless it's sort of a portion of the development at the end of the line and you can just not build that portion, but otherwise it needs to at least pass through or pass by to get to subsequent stages.
Yeah, that would be something we would have to look at.
Yeah, okay. Maybe just a question on the customer costs. So the business as usual approach, does that, again, that is at a per unit of energy, or is it sort of the per household cost? The question being, do customers currently benefit from having higher efficiency homes?
So that's based on a per square footage.
Yeah.
Of a home outside of the community. Yes.
Yeah. So I do somewhat take that point that, again, I think homeowners in Blatchford are not necessarily seeing the benefit of more energy efficient homes because they pay similar to what an equivalent home of lower energy efficiency would pay by square footage?
Potentially, but they also get a benefit of a system including heating and cooling and 100% renewable energy utility today.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of, again, the implications for someone investing in a net zero home that is still connected. What are your thoughts on that?
So, like I said, we're not here to refute the builders who want to go that route. In fact, I think it's everything we want to accomplish in a lot of our ways. I think what we're trying to lay out to utility committee and have done in the past, that this is coming to a point where we might want to think about how we structure that going forward.
Yeah.
Right? And yeah, that's probably what I can say here today. It's really not to disengage, or I think in fact we certainly appreciate working with Hautau, and we're part of some of the projects which are going on there, and so that's not why we're here.
Yeah, no, it's a great point, and I think that this is a really good point to have this conversation, and think it's a good flag that you've brought forward for us to consider moving forward as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm honestly not quite sure what to do. I just feel like we're going to get into a big debate on the previous item as well. We can try it. So with unanimous consent, we'll bring back item 7.3. Water services bylaw. I'm sorry, Christian and friends, we'll have to pick this up after. We have a private item at 1:30 that will take us until at least 3:30. So it'd be 3:45, it'd be after the coffee break when we pick this conversation up. Apologies. I know it's a bit disjointed. So on item 7.3, we have a motion from Councillor Salvador.
I'll move that bylaw 21300 be amended as follows. In Schedule 1, Part 3, delete and replace non-standard meter recharge applicable rate to all customers who decline the installation of a standard meter, $25 a month, with non-standard meter recharge applicable rate to all customers who decline the installation of a standard meter, $25 a month, applicable rate to all customers who fail to respond to notices to install a standard meter, $49.03 per month.
Thank you. Introduction?
Yeah, just briefly, I'll briefly introduce this. Really this is just to make clear and embed in the bylaw what I understand to be the practice that is going to be followed anyways on EPCOR's side, recognizing that there's a distinction between those who decline the installation of a standard meter and opt out versus those customers who fail to respond to notices. Those are different scenarios. Recognizing EPCOR also has made that commitment for the $25 for those who opt out. This just ensures that it is embedded in the bylaw, so that there is a path for potential recourse if someone, is potentially billed the 49 when it should actually be the 25. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Paquette.
Thank you. So I guess this motion won't answer it, but the question is why do people who decline the installation of the standard meter still have to pay $25 a month? Which is not addressed in this motion, so.
We're going to need, that's an EPCOR question, I think. So.
Yeah, they're making their way down here.
Yeah.
I'll try to make this really quick.
Councillor Paquette, if I understood this is Sakib Chaudhary from EPCOR. If I understood your question correctly, you asked customers that decline the meter, why should they continue to pay the $25?
Yeah, and let's be very, very frank and open about this. It's people who just don't like the sourcing of it, right? And so that would be their issue, and then they're paying an extra $25 per month because of that deeper underlying issue.
Yeah, the $25 is reflective of the additional costs that EPCOR incurs to manually read meters, and so that's intended to recover those costs.
Well, I get that, but I'm just wondering where that lies, where that falls under practices of equity and understanding. And look, global issues here at home, people really have deep-seated concerns, and this, starts to look political rather than just financial.
Yeah, the only thing I can offer, Councillor Paquette, is it's going back to ensuring that customers are paying the costs associated with the services that we are providing, and we did look at the original fee and did reduce it downwards based on an updated estimate in terms of how many customers we thought would opt out and what the costs would be. And we intend to revisit this in the future.
Okay. So you intend to revisit this. Yeah. Do we have a timeline for that?
Once we've completed all of our AMI installations, then we will have a better idea in terms of how many customers are actually opted out and what the actual costs are. This is based on our projection, if you will, in terms of how many customers are going to opt out and what the associated costs of manually reading meters are.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. And it's the world we're in. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, very briefly, so really appreciate hearing that this will continue to be adjusted. I don't know if you can answer this question, but I understand that the rates were set based on the understanding that the manual meter reading wouldn't be happening anymore, correct?
Can you repeat that last part, Councillor Stevenson?
So rates were set on the assumption that there wouldn't be the manual meter reading, correct?
Correct.
So what were the financial assumptions around that cost differential? Like, how much did rates decrease per household based on the assumption that it wouldn't be manual reading anymore?
I don't have that information in front of me, but that's something we can return back to council and advise in terms of here's the overall level of meter reading costs that were anticipated versus what would be forecasted going forward.
Yeah, because I think that's another way to kind of true up that cost. Because again, if the savings, again, we're trying to ensure that costs that are incurred are being covered. But I think it's also important to understand what the assumptions were around how much cost decrease. And so if the assumption, and I take your point too, though, there is a volume piece to it, right? If you're checking every meter on the block, it's a lower cost than if you're having to hit a few. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm answering my own question as I talk this through. But again, hearing the commitment of continuing to revise this to reflect true cost with a look to bring that down if that's appropriate. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Just a quick question, I think, to the clerk. This amendment doesn't prevent us from bringing this to council as scheduled?
Nope, we can do this amendment, and then if this passes, then you can do the recommendation to City Council that the bylaw as amended receive the appropriate
Sort of a
readings.
two-part thing, okay. Any further questions? Not seeing anything to speak on the amendment. Councillor Salvador to close. Nothing further. Please vote on the amendment.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Would take a motion then to recommend the amended bylaw to City Council.
I'll move that Utility Committee recommend to City Council that bylaw 21300 as amended be given the appropriate readings.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. That completes item 7.3. Orders of the day remain. Item 9.1 in private at 1:30, and then item 7.4 back in public after that, but likely 3:30. Motion to go in private?
Yes, so moved.
And that would be according to Section 20, disclosure harmful to personal privacy, and 29, advice from officials of the Access to Information Act. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried, so we'll begin in private at 1:30. Thank you. please vote to go back in public.
We are back in public.
Thank you. Back in public.
We will.
So on item 9.1, do we have a motion prepared?
There is one. It's in the council chat, and I can put it up on the screen for you as well.
Great. I think it's there. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Councillor Salvador.
Sure, I'll move that attachment 4 be added to the September 2nd, 2025 Office of City Clerk Report, OCC 03156. 2, that the actions outlined in attachment 4 of the September 2nd, 2025 Office of City Clerk Report, OCC 03156 be approved, and that the September 2nd, 2025 Office of City Clerk Report remain private pursuant to sections 20 and 29 of the Access to Information Act.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. We'll now return to item 7.4.
The delegation is on their way.
Oh, yeah, to be here personally or virtually?
I believe they're walking over. They just need a moment.
Okay. Then let's recess for 5 minutes until they get here. Thank you. In chamber, so I won't bother with the roll call. We're back on Blatchford Renewable Energy, and I guess it's my turn for questions. So, this is my understanding of where we're at the moment. Over time, we're going to build out the entire utility service, more or less the entire Blatchford space, and that is the plan that's before us. And we've got the policy around maximizing the rates for individual residents to be effectively analogous to what a person would pay elsewhere in the city. And we still have this need to inject several tens of millions of dollars into the utility for it to be whole, correct? Is all of that correct generally?
Yes.
Right now today, we've got the first energy center built and working. The next, we have, please correct me if I'm wrong, we have purchased a couple of gas-fired boilers that will add heat if necessary to the system. And we did that because we have the sewer heat recovery plant that is currently in design but is not yet under construction. And that's not going to generate as much heat as we thought. Is that correct?
Not quite. So we
Okay.
haven't purchased any gas boiler equipment you've mentioned. We're advancing the design of 2 energy centers right now, of one which is the sewer heat recovery. One is the energy center 2.
Okay.
We're doing this to be flexible enough to pull the trigger at a certain time when we think we need it. The other thing I think to consider in terms of the flow or the expected energy outcome of the sewer heat, yes, there was a diversion put into place a few years ago from EPCOR. When we heard that, we asked our consultant to take this into account to see what the impact of that would be. So we've taken that into account.
So right now, today, the first energy center services a certain geographical area at Blatchford, correct?
It serves all of Blatchford as of today, yes.
The single energy center services all of Blatchford?
All of what connected is in the community.
All of what is connected it
Yes,
serves, not all of Blatchford. It doesn't, I'm talking about the geographical area.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and that is essentially the area that's being built in today. And if we went down the road of the sewer heat recovery, that would be the land to the south, like the southern tip of that space, right?
So it's not quite, and I don't want to get too technical, it's not that one certain energy center services a certain area. All energy centers service a certain load.
Okay, so
and so whenever that load is, you cannot really necessarily say a building in this area would get service from that particular energy center.
they're in parallel, they're not discrete. Okay, so fair enough. If we were to consider an option that limits the geographical area to be served by the utility to effectively what is served now and maybe the southern space, or just what is served now, all of the financial modeling would change, correct? Like if the utility effectively got smaller, if the intent changed to serve 1/3 roughly of the geographical land area of Blatchford, then all of the financial calculations would at least have to be redone.
I would say yes.
Have we ever considered different options for the size of the utility, the geographical area served by the utility?
The goal for the utility was always to serve the Blatchford community. The service area, which is in the bylaw, in the current bylaw for the utility,
So no.
covers the full Blatchford area.
It seems to me that given the financial challenges, both with the injection of cash and the fact that the utility, without it, cannot ever support itself, that maybe we should be looking at different geographical options. And then there's the question, the secondary question of what was suggested today, that the utility might also include not just geothermal movement of water, but a solar array as well, a effective power plant, I forget what they call that. Anyway, I'll come back on that question in a moment. Councillor Paquette?
Actually, I think you covered most of my question. I'll just hop in, I guess. That 5%, that's based on density.
That is based on the number of units.
Which,
Yeah.
yeah. So if some of the density requirements were higher change a little bit of that requirement in some of the future builds, would that then allow us to retain that 5% and therefore keep us out of the situation that we're talking about today?
So the 5% is based on home development, and as you heard this morning, it is quite challenging to build net zero on a larger building,
right.
On a higher density building.
And so
right?
if it's a higher density building, then they must connect to the DESS, and therefore that 5% gets a little bit more right-sized, or no?
The 5% we're building it off today is of all townhouses in the community, Councillor.
So just on townhouses?
Yes.
So it has nothing to do with the overall density of...
Yeah, the overall density of the development is made out of townhouses and the larger multi-unit, more denser site.
Right. Am I being unclear in my... I mean this honestly. Am I being unclear in my question?
Maybe I'm not understanding it.
Okay. So if we have higher density requirements in Blatchford than we do now, and that 5% is the sticking point about the fiscal viability of the utility, then because you would have more people in a smaller area using the district energy, does that help to offset the risk that we are associating with that 5%?
From the load perspective, probably, because these larger multi-unit buildings will have a higher load, and it will also be more challenging. Yeah.
Yeah. So does that?
Are
I
you
honestly
good?
don't know if I'm being clear or not.
So,
yeah.
You're not clear. Sorry, maybe I'm
I
misunderstanding.
think Councillor Craig here. I think theoretically we understand what you're saying, and that may be true, but I don't know that it influences the decision before you, because that's a bit of a speculation of what might come. I think the teams put the foundation together from what we know today and what we project that we're aware of.
Okay. So basically what we want to do is look at what is rather than what may be a potential move in the future, and what is right now is that question of the 5% and the viability.
Right, and that's why that 5% cap was suggested, is based on where we see things now and what we've seen come in so far.
Okay.
And maybe just to add, the decision for you is not today. We're just highlighting the fact that it's an impact. We would come back with suggestions to the bylaw in the fall, Councillor.
Okay, and then the next thing is just the cash infusions that must be made. That is always an interesting conversation, because that comes from the tax levy, obviously, and it is, we're talking, right? Can I get a verification of that? Because I remember when we made a 93 or 9, I think it was a 93% cash infusion in 2019, and that was a 0.4% impact on the tax rate.
So technically, as part of the original proposal, it was always
okay. That's part of that 93.
So just to be clear, Councillor, like the non-refundable cash infusion that's required, so the shortfall right now is closer to $69 million, and that hasn't been funded. So there haven't been ever maybe in any tax levy
it hasn't been funded, but it is required.
It's required, yeah.
And therefore,
there's a lot of options on how to do that. We've talked about those in previous reports. One of those was a tax levy funding injection, but this hasn't been selected.
Okay, because if it's tax levy at 60 some, that's like almost a 0.3% tax implication, give or take.
Yeah, like the tax levy equivalent of 69 would be close to 3%.
Yeah. So I'm out of time, but I did want to ask about alternatives to the current model.
Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much. I thought I would just put the motion on the floor. So the September 2nd, 2025 Integrated Infrastructure Services Report, IIS 02764, be received for information. And then I just want to follow up, and I apologize. I know that there was some conversation about sort of co-locating the energy centers with buildings coming online and some of the challenges there. I have also heard some challenges with the condo versus the fee simple townhomes, and some of the additional costs that folks are incurring by having to have, and sorry, I'm just looking up, but it's the it is that additional utility room that exists for the condo townhomes, but not the fee simple townhomes. Is there anything in the strategic plan sort of looking to rationalize that?
So yes, you're correct. A multi-unit building traditionally has a central mechanical room that would be replaced in this particular in this utility through an energy transfer station. So with more and more multi-unit builders coming to site, we've worked with the builders on some options to further reduce those costs for these energy transfer stations, which are contributed assets from the developer or from the builders to the utility.
Yeah, and I'm thinking of this particularly in the context of condoized townhomes, and I think the implication that it has is not so much in capital cost, but an ongoing operating cost for the condo association, and that leading to a pretty significant price differential compared to similar product in neighborhoods that are not Blatchford.
Okay, so the operating cost for the energy transfer station, which is like I said, a contributed asset to the utility, is operated by the utility, and the cost of that are recouped through the rates, right? The rates we bring forward to utility committee and council.
My understanding is that the differential is that the fee simple townhomes don't need to have the energy transfer stations. So again, why are we requiring it of the multifamily condoized?
So that's a very typical. It has to do with how the parcel is serviced. So a higher density parcel has usually one service connection, which then translate to something like the condo fees you've mentioned. So the larger sites with more density, the 4 to 6 sites or the more dense site, have one service connection. So while in comparison all the townhouses are serviced one by one unit.
And what are the implications? Like, is it possible to have that flexibility so that even if it was a condoized site, that you could have individual connections for each individual townhome?
It is possible. It depends. We often don't really know, or when we do the planning and the design, we would have to make it custom made for the builder who's going to build it or purchase the site in a few years. So there are some challenges in foreseeing that from the planning and design perspective.
Interesting. But don't we have a fairly clear line of sight in terms of which sites are going to be, again, sort of multifamily, let's say 4 or 6 story versus multifamily townhomes?
We do, but in the end is the builder who decides what type of product he or she finds appropriate to build at that time.
Right. So if it is, let's say, multifamily townhomes that are rental, then the company may just want a single connection point, where if it becomes condoized and individually sold, there's a different preference there. And those decisions, that's just helpful to understand sort of the lead time. So again, you're installing this infrastructure, it could be a year in advance of knowing what actually is being constructed there?
Yeah, at least.
Okay. And it's not and it's not possible to leave it sort of neutral and then make those connections closer to the time of development?
It is possible we would incur higher costs, and there's also some other considerations too.
Yeah.
I'm trying to say this is not different than any other utility servicing larger utility parcels.
Okay. Okay. Very interesting. Thank you so much.
What's the pleasure of committee? Do we want to break here or just or continue through to the end? Clerks, though, they haven't had a break.
It's up to the will of committee.
Okay, I guess we'll recess then for. What do you want to do? Yeah, I've got a round of questions. Okay. Back at 3:45. So, Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Hello, and Councillor Stevenson is with us as well.
Good afternoon.
So, Councillor Paquette and I have been noodling on a little bit of a subsequent motion, so I'm going to ask a couple of questions just kind of on the basis of that. So, I'm just, in the interest of time, I'm just going to be real glib. I think we right now it seems to me we've got a very binary sort of approach to this. Either we do all the things we've said we're going to do to this utility or with this utility from the beginning of time and don't really move from that, generally speaking, move from that design and that ethic and that scheme, or we shift. And I feel like, well, I've felt like this for a long time, but I feel like we've hit that point where this utility is going to really struggle to ever be financially viable, and it only will be financially viable with a big injection of money, which has not manifested itself. So that's one piece. The second piece I hear is this: when I see what's happening in the solar world generally, when we see efficiency of solar panels doubling in the course of 5 years, when we see the potential for photovoltaic glass, which we have incorporated in some of our buildings, when we look at what can happen with the advent of solar technology and battery technology, there is a possibility for greater efficiency and the possibility to achieve a number of things, even in multi-use or multi-unit buildings and larger multi-unit buildings. Net zero townhomes weren't possible 5 years ago, and they are now. What happens in the next 5 years? I think there's opportunity there. Whereas water will always boil at 100 degrees C. There's not a lot to advance there. It takes pumps and pipes. It's always going to require that. I don't know where it gets a whole lot more efficient, this DESS. There's a lot of moving parts, and failure is catastrophic. So I would like us to think about some of the other options that might be in front of us. I would like to see us look at what happens onto the financial model and the operating model if the utility served an area 1/3 the size that it currently is intended to serve, the bottom third of Blatchford. Maybe as a second option, 2/3 of Blatchford, the bottom south and the eastern part that is close to Nate. I would like to see at a reasonably high level what the implications would be if we change our outward-looking philosophy on what this utility will do in terms of what area it actually would serve. I would also like us to consider what happens if we get into virtual power plants by putting, allowing for the possibility of panels on rooftops. And I would like to see what might happen in the marketplace if we had that a part of the Blatchford site where you could go in and do net zero, and depending on how much uptake there is, there may not be a DESS part of the system in that part of the property. So that's a long soliloquy. I know that, but is it? I have a bit of a motion here to maybe offer that would see us examine some of those things. I guess my general question is, what is your reaction to that?
So maybe just a few points of clarification. We require solar in Blatchford also for the homes which are connected to district energy system. So we realize that solar has come way and it's part of the community being net zero. I think from the get-go of this utility, we always looked at how it can achieve the vision for the Blatchford development, and we come here twice a year with updates how it's going, and we see an uptake. The site is going to be developed with district energy. Pretty close to 50% of the site is actually developed in design stages. So obviously the financial situation of the utility is what it is, but I think we're also working very tirelessly on trying to get external funding, as you know as well, through Natural Resources Canada currently, for some of the work and some other endeavors we've been here before. So while I understand, I think I understand the notion. I think we've looked at it from the best perspective for the Blatchford vision, to achieve the Blatchford vision, and we still feel that this is the best path forward for the Blatchford vision of become the community it's supposed to be.
I just cannot support, I really struggle with this idea that we are going to say no more net zero here to preserve a very flawed financial model for the utility, for this utility, and stunt that opportunity.
I think on the net zero exemption, I think we brought it forward for you today for consideration. Where there's obviously to chip on my shoulders for while I support net zero development in the community, there's also, I think what committee and council needs to realize, that there's a financial impact to the utility it costs.
Which is why I circle back to reducing the size of the utility and then minimizing that impact.
Sorry, yeah.
No, okay. I have no further questions on this motion. I'll have a subsequent in a moment. Councillor Stevenson.
I'll just wait for the subsequent to be on the floor.
Okay, well, very good then. So we have a motion on the floor that this report be received for information. Not hearing any more questions on that motion, so to speak to the motion. Councillor Stevenson to close.
Yeah, just to thank the team very much for this ongoing work. Really appreciate the reporting and also sort of the look ahead about the decisions that we'll need to be considering. I will probably speak more through the subsequent motion, but just want to say thank you to staff for this work.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, for me.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. I put a subsequent in the chat. It's not quite finished. It's been largely drafted by Councillor Briquette. And I want to add, actually I think it's there in the bottom. Maybe I'll get the clerk to put that up as on the screen as a subsequent motion.
We will get that up in just a couple seconds for you.
Okay, and then I'm just going to add a phrase to it. And I would just add to the clerk, the very bottom point says assessing new efficiencies. And I'd like to add comma, including solar technology, comma, in green technologies that could potentially impact the DESS model. So I think I've essentially introduced this already. I think that rather than simply saying that the DESS is financially compromised if we continue to allow a 5% proportion of net zero or even increase that proportion, I think we should look at a number of options for just what the utility could be and how we can pursue a number of different potential technologies, or maybe better said, how we can accommodate the evolution of a number of different technologies in the Blatchford space. I really just cannot support suggesting that we're going to move away from net zero at Blatchford simply to preserve, the utility we pursued. And I'm not necessarily trying to be critical of everyone, but I've been saying this for years, that this utility is flawed. It's not financially self-supporting. It's going to take a massive injection in cash just to get it close. And that over time it is yesterday's technology for today's problems. And I think we need to move forward and not back. And I think we need to do that. So I'll leave it there. Questions on the motion? Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. So maybe just to the mover, So am I hearing, I guess I'm trying to understand, is the idea that instead of the utility, we set higher requirements so that people have to be building to net zero?
I think we just find a way to be a lot more accommodating, and I think, you know, that's one prong, if you will. And the other is that we do what we can to minimize the costs that the utility is going to have to bear, both capital and operating. And I think that that is best done by considering a smaller geographic area to be served.
Yeah, so just to administration, so I think we've heard pretty clearly from you that you're not seeing the capacity for a significant shift to net zero.
So maybe just to be clear, our goal is net zero in this community.
Yeah.
It's to achieve net zero for the whole community, and we know it's possible, and you heard it this morning, that it can be achieved on a building by building basis. But our option is, or our goal is to create a net zero community for everyone, for all builders, for all developers who are going to come into this community.
And I think we've spoken before about sort of freezing the utility where it is right now. I think we've heard in the past that you know, that leads to an even worse and perpetual inability to be viable.
Just from experience, I think there might be challenges in terms of setting a clear vision for the land and clear requirements to builders. There are impacts on that I think council would need to consider as well.
Yeah, and just for clarity as well, I mean, this model, the district energy system, it has adjusted as we've gone along, correct? I mean, even just the phasing of the energy centers, going from, I think you said 6 to 4. So, I mean, we have seen this evolution, constant review of technologies that may be available, correct?
Yes. So I think from the beginning, when it was an idea on paper, to how we're operating it, there's a lot of learning and a lot of improvement on our part. And there's also a lot of support from others, which we're getting from the system, for the system in terms of funding requirements. So we have one committed funding agreement which deals with the expansion of the system to include the sewer heat energy center. So that's also a point of consideration.
Yeah. And so again, you'd again sort of already be tracking the efficiencies, solar technology. Okay, so just again, maybe back to the mover. So the way I'm reading your motion is that this does not take away from the community as a whole being net zero. That's not the intent here?
No, not at all. Not the intent.
Okay, so then again, I guess I'm just confused that it seems like it leads to requiring significantly higher energy performance and design than we currently have, which I think I've heard in the past a desire to potentially move away from those standards, whereas this is making them even higher.
I don't understand the question.
So if we are replacing a district energy system with self-contained net zero homes, that means that we have to start requiring, you know, basically all new buildings not connected to the district energy system to be net zero.
Well, at least the option, and I think
But apologies, it can't be an option if we still want to achieve our net zero community standard, right?
well, that's where we disagree. And that's where I disagree, frankly, with the advice we've been given. And I have felt that way for a number of years. There's ways to do this. We just got to get out of the way.
So tell me more about that. So if we're not requiring net zero, we're not requiring they connect to DES, what are the options for achieving net zero as a community?
No, we are requiring net zero, and we would require the net zero on a unit or on a building basis. That doesn't.
So then that would be a requirement. All new buildings not connected to DES would be net zero.
Yeah, I said that.
I thought you said the opposite. I apologize.
Yep, not moving away. Sorry, I keep clicking the button. Not moving away from that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. So maybe just to administration, looking at each of the 5 points here, based on the conversations that we've had over the last few years, and I guess previous analysis that's been done, is there anything new that you would imagine sort of arising out of this body of work that would suggest a dramatic like shift in direction for Blatchford Utility?
Reading this for a few minutes, I don't think so. I feel I understand what's been asked here. Like I said, we're looking for the long term and for the sustainability of the community, and I think if this is committee's wish, we work on those and we come back.
Right, and understanding, totally understand that, if this is directed, you'd be coming back with options and potential consequences of these 5 items or directions. Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to imagine, and also seeing this for just the first time today. I'm just digesting it as well.
Councillor Salvador, it's Craig here too. I guess in the
Yeah.
context of this work, remember the information report before you today is suggesting we'll be bringing a policy update in the fall, and that with our current information of what we think is viable for Blatchford to build out, we believe we need to put some of those elements into the current policy. So while we may be undertaking this work to look at other things, we're also going to be bringing back right now that policy that looks at the current plan. So I'm trying to get my head around, because we haven't put a time to this too, and I'm just not sure
Right.
what it will take for us to do this work properly versus the timeline of our current path, and those may
Yeah,
not
and
line
maybe
up too.
maybe that's actually a good question, just given the 5 points here. Seems like a large body of work, but what would administration anticipate in terms of even just resourcing, capacity, timeline to do this kind of analysis?
Yes, it would take longer than this fall for sure. My first really guess at this is probably 6 to 9 months, if not longer.
Okay. Okay, and then sorry, just going back to Mr. Walblum, you mentioned that what was the timeline on the other report coming back to committee?
So that would be the rate filing, which would come in the fall.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, I mean, maybe I'll just speak to this when the time is right, but just have a few concerns around timing and sequencing and what this would do to some of the ongoing work that we already have underway.
Great, thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you so much. So I just want to break this down. Again, it's a longer motion. So point 1, maintaining the current city-run model with adjustments to exemptions and rate structures, that is already planning to come back in the fall, correct?
Yes.
Scaling back or deferring portions of the system to reduce capital risk, that has already happened and is continuing to happen?
Sorry, you're talking to the second point on the motion?
The second point, yeah. So I'm just thinking again, sort of that change in the number of energy centers.
It has the energy center numbers have changed, but not the size of the system. It's still for the Blatchford community, and I believe I would anticipate that the goal of this is to reduce that.
Okay, gotcha. Point 3, exploring integration of the utility with EPCOR under a shareholder mandate. Have we explored that previously?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, so
I know that, EPCOR was many years ago, before the decision for the district energy system, EPCOR was involved with a solar project on Blatchford, but that's a long time ago.
Yeah, so to the mover, can you tell me a bit more about point 3?
Well, I think it's exploring some economies of scale, quite frankly. We have a utility committee that is doing similar type work in the city. And so if there's an opportunity for them to take on this, I think there's some economies to be gained there.
Okay, and then bundling the utility with other municipal sustainability assets. Again, what can you tell me more about that, maybe to the mover?
Sorry, yeah, that's a bit more vague, but I think that it goes to the notion that there's more out there than just geothermal water systems that can lead to energy efficiencies, and we should explore a lot of those things. And the technology is moving every day, so there's other possibilities beyond what we've talked about today.
Certainly, and I think that's captured under 5. I'm not clear what 4 is.
Well, we can bundle 4 and 5 together if that's where you're headed. Yeah, fine with that.
I mean, it's more to administration. Yeah.
I have probably some questions on 3 and 4 as well. I know that council when council put the utility in place, there was always a vision of a third party coming in, a partner in some sort of like partnership. Not entirely sure if that's what's meant in number 3 here as well. I also would have to obviously some questions around number 4.
So maybe to the mover, could you clarify if that was your intent with 3, in terms of looking at a utility partner?
Yeah, perhaps a utility partner is a better phrase, and not to presuppose a particular partner.
Okay, and then, again, I think I'm hearing administration just looking for some clarity on 4.
Yeah, and I get where 4 is not particularly clear, so I'm happy to leave that out and just keep number 5.
Okay, so recognizing that you aren't able to make amendments, perhaps, or, I mean, I suppose if they're friendly, but you're the chair.
If they're I'm friendly with that.
Okay.
Yeah,
So 3 would be exploring integration of the utility with...
utility partners.
Yeah, or maybe exploring the takeover of the utility with utility partners. Like, I don't know whether we want to integrate with utility partner.
Options.
Okay, so exploring options...
with utility partners.
With utility partners, does that work for
It
administration?
speaks to a spirit, but the important part of that is the shareholder mandate piece that follows in that phrase, right? And so there's, it might be tough to do both, which kind of does suggest EPCORP, or maybe we do that without naming it. I'm open to that, but there's a level of control we want to maintain here as well.
Yeah, that was always sort of like in the books in terms of councils looking at this utility to see how we can partner from the get-go once the utility has a certain maturity.
Right.
The other thing I might want to mention is that, and you guys, excuse my language, and committee is aware that we're talking about other ways to finance the growth of the utility. I would probably just state here that looking to deviate from the current course will likely also have an impact to these conversations, and I cannot speak into more detail on it today.
Okay, so let's make those amendments first of all. So number 3 should read exploring integration options of the utility with industry partners. And then number 4 can be deleted.
And confirming that's friendly unanimous consent for those amendments?
Not hearing anything to the contrary. And I'll go to Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, so to administration, is it your understanding that this is just a report that shows the options but also the consequences? So all the questions that the public might have that would lead to a motion like this that councillors may have, you can say, okay, here are the sort of questions that have been raised, here are the options, but here's also the consequences if we pursue those options. And that way We've done our due diligence. All the information is on the table. Everyone knows.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair assessment, Councillor. I just want to be careful that a lot of what's in the public realm leads to uncertainty and to some level of impact on the current development. And while I totally agree with what you just stated, I just want to put it on the record as well.
Okay, but obviously, we're here today talking about this utility and about the 5% and about cash infusion. So, pick your poison, right? Like, which conversation do you want to have with the public? One where it's the status quo and that's the story, or the conversation that says, we're looking at all the options.
Yes, this is a long-term project, and it was never meant not to be, right?
Yeah.
This is going to stay there in the end forever. Yes.
Some of the things in this motion, in fact, almost all of them, are things that we were going to explore at some point or another, right? So it's just putting it on the table, clarity of communication for the public. Some things are new, a little bit, like number 4, but I think that was always probably the idea too, this continual improvement or evolution.
I would actually say that 3 and 4 are probably not new to us.
Right.
Like I think that was always sort of like the idea of exploring upcoming technologies if they fit. So like the triple bottom lines here. The utility partner, we also have talked about this. Number 2 is definitely new. Because we're looking here at reducing the size of the utility. So far, our objective was to go for the whole community. Yes, for sure.
Yeah, and so for number 2, though, I think that's an important question to ask, because that's the question being asked publicly, which is, what if you were to do that? And then we can find out. Okay, well, here are the numbers. Like either, hey, we looked at it and maybe it's a great idea, or hey, we looked at it and it's absolutely not going to work.
Yes, I think you're right.
Right, yeah, so it's things that we were probably thinking about anyway, but having it a public conversation so that we reduce confusion and noise. And, that's the thing. Whenever you see Blatchford discussed, right, I would assume that you probably read that and see like, oh, you know what, there's a lot of misconception out there.
As a private citizen, yes, yeah,
Okay.
probably.
Sure.
Probably, I would say yes to that.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. But so that's why I was just curious, because anytime that we've got an opportunity to provide clarity to the public is probably one we would like to take as an organization, I would assume.
I don't really want to repeat myself, but there's also other sides come with unclarity or changes.
Of course. And it just depends on which conversation is actually feeling the pulse of the public. Yeah, I got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
I think I'll just speak to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Very good then. Speaking to the motion, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thanks very much. I don't think I'm going to support this motion. It feels a bit redundant, and normally redundancy or getting information clarity is fine, but I have heard it also adds uncertainty and can undermine some of the other efforts. Again, I think it's really important to continue exploring this flexibly, ensure that it's reflecting current reality and best practice and lowest risk to the city. But this is work that we have seen time and time again is happening. So that's where I have confidence. I think that, again, we have reports that we can point to. We have the ability to demonstrate the due diligence that our staff have been doing in this regard. And again, these are not generally new ideas. These are things that are starting. I think that the one novel thing in terms of scaling back or deferring portions of the system, I think comes with an equal risk that we don't see the uptake. Again, it necessitates having much higher energy standards than there are now. And again, I think what we have right now strikes a good balance in terms of the expectations for individual buildings complemented by the district energy system. I again believe we have enough reporting opportunities, enough opportunities coming forward in the short term to continue to have these conversations, have them publicly, show our work, show the numbers and why this investment continues to make sense. And I think that this motion potentially detracts from that work. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak? I guess we should add a due date, so I'll suggest Q2 2026.
There's a lot of work here.
Well, you said 6 to 9 months, so
Yeah,
that's what
that was a few minutes ago.
Well, we'll see what happens in Q2 of 2026, right?
Christian, are you comfortable, or would you prefer Q3 at
I would prefer Q3, but we can aim for Q2 if that's the wish.
All right, Q3.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak? No, I have nothing further to add, so please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That has failed. Okay, I think that completes our agenda. So, are there any notices of motion or motions without customary notice? I think there might be a couple.
Yeah, I've got a couple notices of motion.
Okay. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. That administration provide a report to the Community and Public Services Committee on the opportunities to encourage and support youth participation in recreation by extending services in recreation centers and in parks. The report should include options to work with partners and include the costs and potential benefits of those opportunities. And I will give that motion September 16th, time permitting, at Council.
Thank you. Notice received.
Okay, and I've got one other. That administration provide a report to Council exploring the potential of transitioning waste services into a separate corporation to remain fully owned by the City of Edmonton, retaining existing labor commitments, including a review of models used in other Canadian municipalities for publicly owned arm's-length corporations delivering wastewater or wastewater services, analysis of potential benefits and risks, including fiscal sustainability, service quality, accountability, and labor impacts, consideration of options to ensure that all existing workers remain employed within a publicly owned structure, legal, financial, and operational feasibility, including any required amendments to existing bylaws or agreements, a summary of potential pathways and next steps should Council choose to further explore this option, and I will give that motion at the earliest opportunity at Council.
Thank you. Any other notices of motion? Seeing none, the last Utility Committee meeting is adjourned. Thanks, everybody. Of the term.